1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You are live. Double tap, hit the like button. Welcome in. Welcome everybody. Celebrate. MAGA Monday. Welcome to the live chat. You made it. I know you've been waiting to get me live. You actually made it. You found me. Notification bell is important. Hit the notification bell when you subscribe. Then you'll be able to find me when I'm live. We are live. Welcome to the live chat. This is the Perfect Timing Podcast. Welcome to the live chat. Remember to guard your privacy and abide by our community guidelines. Welcome to the live chat. This is the Perfect Timing Podcast. Remember to guard your privacy and abide by our community guidelines. Welcome, everybody. So excited to have you all here this morning on another MAGA Monday, which we created, which we coined. Yes, we very excited, man. We're going to have fun today. We have a lot of news. We have a lot of geopolitical. I told you once before, this is the #1 channel for geopolitical and domestic political debate here on YouTube. We do news and we do politics. Trump knows, giving Democrats the boo blues, giving Democrats the boo. That's what we do here every day. Double tap, hit the like button. Let's go, everybody. Fire show, fire day, Kash Patel celebrating in the USA. Born in the USA. I was born in the USA. Shout out to my brother Kash Patel, man. Double tap, man. Kash Patel, man, I'm with you, man. We celebrating America all day, every day. I got my hockey jersey on. It's the Olympic. It's gold, America. Go, America every time, baby. Red, white, and blue, what you want to do? Double tap, hit the like button. This is the Perfect Timing Podcast coming in with fire. I ain't even going to hold you, man. Another MAGA Monday. We excited to be here. Kash Patel celebrate. I don't know what's wrong with Kash Patel having the celebration at the Olympics. I thought it was fire. You know what I'm saying? The Olympics gold medal. America first. We beat Canada. I mean, how much more glorious could it be? You know what I'm saying? A Canadian victory, American gold, you know what I'm saying? Canadian overtime Canadian victory, Olympic Canadian victory. We snatched the gold. I mean, how else can you celebrate? But give me another beer. Pass around another beer. 1,000 bottles of baby oil on the wall. 1,000 bottles of baby oil on the wall. Pass me another beer, man. The USA just won gold. Can I get hashtag gold in the chat? The USA just won gold. That's what I'm talking about. Kash Patel, man. Another MAGA month. I don't know why they would be upset with Kash. I'm celebrating with Kash Patel. He's been doing a hell of a job. 2 million people deported. Over 5 million documents released. And keep in mind, Dingo left our brother Kash Patel hanging in the wind. So Kash been getting it done by himself. You know what I'm saying? Tulsi Gabbard. I got a new video from Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi Gabbard doing a great job. But Kash Patel has been fighting this fight, man. You see him in every state. You know what I don't hear never about Kash Patel is that the brother, this is the first time I seen the brother having some time off, because everywhere we've been with the federal government, everywhere we've been with ICE, Kash has been there front and center. I don't understand why it's such a big deal. It doesn't seem like a big deal to me. I want Kash Patel, and Kash Patel said, I love my country. That was the right answer. Double tap, hit the like button. That was the right answer. Kash Patel said, yes, I love my country. You're supposed to love your country, Kash Patel. That's why you're in that job. Kash Patel has been working every day hard since he came into the administration, getting a big job done, taking on. How many times has Kash Patel testified? We can't get the Clintons to come and testify one time. How many times has Kash Patel testified? We can't get the Clintons to come in one time. Kash Patel, all we want you to do, Clintons, is come in and testify. Kash Patel is in front of that podium testifying every 5 minutes. Every 5 minutes, Kash Patel's in front of that podium, right? But can we show? I guess we can't show nothing. I'm trying to show the video, and let's see what we could get. Let's see what we could get. Let's see what we could get. I'm trying to bring up a picture of Kash Patel, but double tap hit the like button. I'm doing good, everybody. I'm doing good. We got USA wins gold, NYC blizzard lockdown, socialism on full display. I mean, W chat, we predicted a lot of this stuff. We predicted a lot of this stuff. We said that we predicted a lot of this stuff. We knew how it was gonna go. Like, you know what I mean? We said a lot. We said a lot. We said a lot. We knew this. We knew this. We knew how this was going to go. But now people are getting a chance. People are getting a chance. People are getting a chance to see what it's going to be like, right? And now we got lockdowns. We told you last week about, we got lockdowns. We told you last week, we got lockdowns, and we told you last week, we got lockdowns, and we told you last week, we got lockdowns, and we told you last week that oh man, we got lockdowns, and we told you last week about the tax increases. We got brand new changes in Virginia, but the Democrats and Socialists, I got news on the Democrats and the left and what it really is. But let's keep on focusing on my brother Kash Patel. Is this my brother Kash Patel right here? Is this my brother Kash Patel celebrating? Double tap America first. Can I get hashtag America first in the chat? Can I get, well, we looking too good in the midterms, man. We looking, it's a red wave, man. It is a red wave. It is I've been talking about it since November. It is a red wave. Part of the reason it's gonna be a red wave is this right here, what we doing here today. How can you on the left find something wrong with young Americans celebrating being American at the highest level of competition? We've had all of this back and forth with Canada. This was an overtime victory with Canada. America wins gold. They don't just win in overtime, they win gold in the Olympics. There's so much to unpack here. How could you on the left find a quorum? How can you find something wrong? Listen to what everything I've listed. America, right? America first, hashtag America first. In the Olympics, right? In the Olympics, right? And then America wins. So far, there's nothing you can say negative about those things. America, Olympics, win. Then you add to that gold. Then you add to that overtime victory. Then you add to that Canada. All of these bullet points, I'm saying to you, how can anyone find anything wrong with America in the Olympics winning an overtime victory over Canada, clinching the gold medal? How can you find that lets you know why there's a red wave? That lets you know why we say there is no blue wave. That lets you know why Jasmine Crockett is looking so sad and so somber, why the Democrats have to cheat in Virginia. Because there is no policy, there is no committee, there is nothing beneficial and positive on that side. If they can find something negative with a brother celebrating an American gold medal victory, and then the president inviting those young men who have worked so, you know, to get to the Olympics, you work your whole life. You dedicate your life, and then you're not working for money. In the Olympics, it's not about money. It's truly about country. It's not about Republican. It's not about Democrat. See, that's the problem with that side. Everything is seen through these racial lenses. Everything is seen through these partisan lenses. I told you before why they attacked Bondi. I told you before why they attacked Kash Patel. These guys are the pillar of the administration. These guys doing hard work every day. Kash Patel's not allowed to have a day off. And then how does Kash Patel spend his day off? Supporting America. These Olympians don't get paid. They work their whole lives, dedicate their whole lives to go compete on behalf of the American people in the American country. They brought back gold for you. They didn't get a big check. They're not NBA basketball players. They don't get Nike contracts for going to the Olympics and winning gold, right? But they did do that. They did win gold in an overtime victory against Canada, right? And so some people have found an issue with Kash Patel celebrating that victory. I don't understand how and why, but what I am saying to you is that is why we will have a red wave. That is why we will have a red wave. The red wave is coming. The red wave is coming, and that's why we will have a red wave. That's why it's going to look so dim and dark in 2026 and 2028. I got so much to unpack. We got so much to talk about. This is just the beginning. Kash Patel's celebration is just the beginning of today's show. I'm just so happy and excited for America. I want to say hashtag America first, and let's go red, white, and blue. Let's go red, white, and blue. I'm excited. I'm happy. I want to celebrate like Kash. Ever since a child, I love the Olympics. I love America. Who y'all want to go to? Jesse Owens. Who y'all want to go to? Flojo. You got a Flojo. You got a Flojo with her fashion, running fast. Serena and Venus Williams. Man, come on, man. How much do we love the Olympics, man? What about when the women in the Olympics won the gold medal for soccer? Y'all remember when our women brought home the gold for soccer, how much we celebrated? Because American women weren't known for soccer victories. That was a hell of a celebration. I remember she went to the middle of the field. She took off her shirt. She had this Nike shirt on. And then Nike, that was huge for Nike. That was huge for women's sports. You saw expansion. What was it? Been like Beckham. You saw all these women, American girls now getting into soccer. Like, what? How can you find something wrong with Olympic gold? Ali, 1 gold. Michael Phelps, 1 gold. How can you find this is how we gonna this is what I mean by a red wave. Look at this. This is what the Democrats want to talk about. This is what the left, this is their fuel. This gets Jasmine Crockett in the Senate. This gets AOC elevated. This gets Pete Buttigieg in the White. No, this is America. This does not help your cause, Democrats. Trying to demonize an American celebration is why you are suffering at the polls. Can anybody look at this and find something wrong? Can anybody find something wrong with Kash Patel holding up the great, beautiful, proud red, white, and blue, surrounded by Americans who just clinched the gold in the Olympiad in an overtime victory over Canada? Can somebody tell me what's wrong with this picture? This is your moment in time. This is your moment on the Perfect Timing Podcast. Double tap, hit the like button. The #1 podcast on YouTube for geopolitical and domestic debate. #1 chat room. You want to be here. You want to subscribe. Hit the notification bell. What's wrong with this photograph? Why is Kash Patel trending #1? Kash Patel is trending #1 because they want to say something's wrong with Kash Patel. I see it everywhere. The Dems this morning have demonized again, made Kash Patel the punching bag. But my question is, can we go a little bit deeper than the surface and the propaganda and what's being pushed, right? Because on this podcast, we go counter narrative. So it's funny to laugh, right? I'm sure Saturday Night Live will do jokes and do memes. I have a real question that's going to challenge, because this is what's going to happen in November in 2026. This is a real question. After the jokes are over, for those individuals who pay taxes, pay rent, and actually show up at the polls to vote, this is not a partisan thing. So if you're American, this is not a Republican photograph. This is not a Democratic photograph. So I'm asking all Americans on both sides of the aisle, when you go into the voting booth, how does this affect you? What do you see wrong with this picture? Because this is how we get to the heart of the problem in America. Some people in American politics on the left want to say something is wrong with this photo. I have to ask you, this is your moment in time to say what is wrong with this photograph. See that let me tell you what I hear right now. That's the sound of crickets. Crickets by the swamp. Because there's nothing wrong with this. That you can't find anything wrong with young Americans who have dedicated their life to being healthy, being competitive, and then sacrificing money. You don't get money, you don't get riches going to the Olympics. You can injure yourself and never play sports again. But they sacrifice. They go to the Olympics. They could have played the NHL. Some of them said, you know what, I'm not going to the Olympics. I'm going pro because I got to feed my family. These gentlemen said, no, I'm going to the Olympics. You know, you can get hurt in the Olympics and not be able to make money in the professional. They sacrificed, went to the Olympics, won gold. It's an honest question to everybody watching. What's wrong with this picture? What's wrong with this picture? Because the Democrats want to tell you it's something wrong with Kash Patel celebrating American gold. I'm challenging you this morning. I'm challenging you this morning. What's wrong with this photograph? Because I see young Americans with gold medals looking happy. I see the FBI director there. And you know what? You know, we had some safety issues at the Olympics. If I'm a young man, how about if I'm a father and my son is at the Olympics? I'm not mad if the FBI director is there. I'm not mad if there's a FBI presence at the Olympics. If my son is in the Olympics, what happened in Brazil, and he's abroad, and there's an FBI presence, I'm not mad at the FBI being around my children abroad as they represent America, especially in this climate. Today, I'm going to talk about Mexico fucking exploding. Today, I'm going to talk about if you got plans to travel to Mexico, they fucking cancel. They're fucking canceled. That's one of the topics today. So I'm not mad at the FBI being with my son and his teammates in the Olympiad when they're abroad in Italy. I'm not upset at that. I'm not upset at that as they deal with immigration issues, as we deal with a Ukrainian conflict on that continent. I'm not mad at the FBI being around my Olympic young people, most of them under the age of 25. I'm not mad at the FBI presence. I don't see how the Democrats find pause. You see how I broke that down? You see how I broke that down? This is what the Democrats don't like, people like me. See, I don't see how the Democrats find pause, number one, with that photo, and then I went deeper than the narrative allows you to go. I even said from a parent perspective, and all of us see these guys as our kids, right? How can you find something wrong with the FBI being present with the NBA, with the Olympic team? Now it's a different question. It's funny. Like, this is what I go through every day. Instead of dealing with the reality and having the fucking brain, they just laugh at the trolls and the memes. Oh, Kash Patel, look at him celebrating. What are you laughing at? What's wrong with the FBI being with the Olympic team? What's wrong with Kash Patel celebrating? See, you don't have an answer. Let me hit it again. See, there's nothing wrong with it. There's something wrong with you. There's something wrong with you. That's why we call it on this channel TDS. Hashtag TDS. There's nothing wrong with the Olympics. There's nothing wrong with America winning gold. And there's damn sure nothing wrong with the FBI being around our Olympic kids. Nothing. Nothing. You can't tell me nothing wrong. See what happens when someone with logic and intellect looks at one of these issues, and not through racial lenses, not through partisan lenses. Number one, I said, hey, Kash Patel celebrating an American Olympic gold medal is not partisan. Hey, it's not partisan. That's why you're losing, Democrats, because you try to make things that are not partisan. And then common sense, everyday Americans are tired of your bullshit. Common sense, everyday Americans are tired of the Democratic bullshit that tries to make nonpartisan issues partisan and racial. They interject race into everything. I'm waiting for somebody on the left to interject race. I'm waiting for someone on the left to say something wrong with the racial makeup of the hockey team. That's coming. That's coming. It's coming, because you cannot just be happy for America. You cannot just be happy. You cannot just celebrate America anymore. Any action in 2026, because it's an election year, please pay attention. You need to know who's controlling your mind. It's called a social media feed. Why is it called a feed? Hashtag why? I'm the greatest podcast on YouTube. I'm the greatest podcast host on YouTube. Here's some real questions for you. Why is it called a feed? Why is it called a feed? F-E-E-D. You ever asked that? Anybody ever ask you that? No, because you're not on the greatest podcast to ever be created, the Perfect Timing Podcast, #1 for geopolitical debate. Hit the like button, like, share, and subscribe right now. It's called a feed because literally that's what they're doing. If you are sheeple, if you are part of the sheeple, and if you don't till the ground and create your own and plant seed and raise your own food, then you accept what they feed you on the social media feed. And they feeding you bullshit. And this morning, what's on the social media feed? #1 trending. #1 trending, Kash Patel having a beer, celebrating with the American Olympic team after winning gold. How is that #1? How is that #1? In the midst of everything going on. I love it. I love it. They worked hard. It was an overtime victory. It was an overtime victory. They worked their whole lives to get to this point. They beat Canada after Canadian Prime Minister. Y'all know Trudeau is gone. This is the #1 podcast for geopolitical debate. Y'all know the old Prime Minister of Canada is gone. We have a new Prime Minister in Canada who's not working with Donald Trump. In fact, he's talking major cash shit about Trump and America, and he went behind our back amidst a tariff discussion and made a deal with China. Yeah, he went behind our back, and he thinks we're going to allow him on our border to bring in our enemies. China is the opposition, Canada. Just like the Ukraine and Russia said the Ukraine can't be part of NATO, well, we're going to have to tell Canada, you can't be friends with China, dum-dum. You can't be friends with China, dum-dum. But this is what's in the background. This is what's in the background. You may not know about these geopolitical frameworks. You may not know. How many people even know we got a brand new prime minister? Because it was so much. That last prime minister, there was so much focus on him. It wasn't Trudeau. Well, am I saying it right? Who was the old prime minister in Canada? Huh? What is it? Was it Trudeau? Am I saying that correctly? Yes, it was Trudeau. And remember what Trudeau and everything he said about Trump in America and the standoff with the tractor trailer trucks and the shipping logistics. That guy is gone. That guy is gone. I don't know if you know, because the left have been distracting you. The left have been doing nothing but distractions. I don't know how much of the American people know about real politics anymore. Trudeau is out, you guys. Trudeau is out like Jasmine Crockett is out. Trudeau is out. They have a brand new prime minister, and he is fucking up. He's fucking up. He's refusing to work with Trump. And instead of trying to work it out and come bow to the big daddy, because you ain't shit without America. You heard it in Davos. There is no NATO without America. There is no EU without America. There is no Canada without America. So instead of working with Trump, he decides to make a deal with China. This is happening in the background of America beating Canada in an overtime victory. What you don't know about this, instead of them telling you about real geopolitical news, they want you upset at Kash Patel. They want you upset at Kash Patel. Let's make fun of Kash. Let's not educate the American people so they even know that there's a new Canadian prime minister. They want to demonize the celebration. These are young people who worked their whole life celebrating an Olympic victory, and a grown man, an FBI employee who been kicking ass, 2 million people deported in 2025. Can I hear it for Kash Patel? 600,000 captured, 80% of them fucking criminals, 2 million people deported without incident. We didn't have an incident until we got to Minnesota, and I'm gonna talk about Virginia, no good spam burger. We didn't have an incident until we got to Minnesota and Minnesota leadership because they were trying to hide Somalian fraud. We didn't have an incident until we got to Minnesota and Minnesota leadership were trying to hide Somalian fraud and said we're not gonna work with the ICE. But Tom Homan, who's worked for 6 presidents, had a fucking office in Minnesota. How many people know Tom Homan worked for every president going back to Ronald Reagan? How many people know that Barack Obama and Bill Clinton deported more people and more people died? Barack Obama had 62 people die in detention, but that's for another fucking day. That's for another fucking day. How many people know Tom Homan worked for all of these presidents? And when Tom Homan worked for Barack Obama, there was no violence in Minnesota as he deported more people than than Trump, because Minnesota worked in a joint task force in conjunction with the federal government. In fact, Tom Homan and ICE had an office. They were so friendly with Tom Homan and the federal government and ICE. ICE was created in 2003. How many people know that? That's how long it's been around, right? These are federal agents. It's a federal department of the government. Tom Homan in his office, in his department, had offices in Minnesota and worked friendly with the leadership. When Trump became president, only thing changed. Listen to this. This is what you need to know. When Trump became president, the only thing that changed, Tom Homan was the same. His office was still there. The only thing that changed was there was a Republican in the White House. There were not going to be more deportations because it was almost impossible to deport more people than Obama and Clinton because their deportation levels were so high. So Minnesota did not have to worry about mass deportations or President Trump deporting more people than Clinton and Obama, because it's almost impossible to do that because they deported so many people. So why not work with them? Just giving you some information. Just giving you some information. This is Kash Patel. This is our brother Kash Patel celebrating with the American Olympic team gold medal victory, overtime. Go, go, go. Woo! That statue of liberty started shaking her face, and the eagle will fly, and it's gonna be in hell. When you hear Mother Freedom start a ringing bell, you'll feel like the whole wide world is raining down on you. All brought to you courtesy of the red, white, and blue. What is wrong with this? Can somebody tell me what's wrong with this? This is a sad Democratic Party. This is a sad left. No one be surprised in November. You should not be surprised in November. This is a pitiful Democratic Party. This is a pitiful left wing. They have woken up on Monday morning and chose violence. The political left has woken up on Monday morning, and they are so upset with America winning gold that Kash Patel is the #1 trending topic in America. Kash Patel, I believe he should be #1 for all the hard work, for all the successes, but they are upset. They want you to be upset that America won gold. I don't understand it. I challenge the liberal media to educate the audience on something substantive, right? Like the fact that Trudeau is no longer Prime Minister of Canada. That Canada has a brand new Prime Minister who is opposed to Trump and just did a deal behind America's back with China. You can talk about that. You talk about the Canadian, because we beat Canada. We beat Canada. We beat Canada. We beat Canada. America first. This is the way I do news. This is the way I do news. But instead of educating the American people about Canada, because I promise you, a large percent of the American people do not even know that Trudeau is no longer prime minister in Canada. You could have done that. You could have said congratulations. You could have done that. You could have said, I'm happy that we won gold in overtime with Canada. And when they say Canada, you can start educating the audience. Hey, you need to pay attention to Canada because there's a new prime minister and he did a deal with China that may affect the safety of America. That's what American media is supposed to do. That's what I thought American media is supposed to do. That's what I thought. But because the American media is controlled by the socialist, liberal left, it has this plague with something we call on this channel TDS. So they don't see things through normal lenses. They see things through racial and partisan lenses. Number one, this is an all-American team. Can we say all-American in the chat? This is an all-American team. This victory is for all of America. This victory is not a Democratic victory. This victory is not a Republican victory. Can we educate our Democratic friends on the left? This is an all-encompassing victory here. These are young men, and some of them may be Democrats, some of them may be Republicans, but in this country, no matter, we have the freedom of religion, we have the freedom of speech. That means you can be Democrat or Republican and we still love you. You can be from different religions and we still love you. You can have different orientation and we still love you. That's what America is all about. America is not about not loving your brother because of him using his free speech, his right to free speech, and he may choose a different. It's actually private. His political affiliation is private. You just love your brother because we both Americans and we both stand for these rights, and we both have the freedom to pick whatever orientation, whatever religion, whatever political party. I think the left is missing that, and this is on display today. With their joke, with their trolling of Kash Patel, it is truly on display the lack of understanding of democratic principles, the lack of understanding, and just how cruel the left can be. Just how cruel. Kash Patel celebrating with our young American men an overtime victory in Italy, the gold medal hockey team. I got my hockey jersey on. When you hear Mother Freedom start a reggae, you feel like the whole wide world is raining down on you. All brought to you courtesy of the red, white, and blue. White and blue. Let's go America. Red, white, and blue. Red, white, and blue. Let's go America. Double tap, hit the like button. Number one podcast for geopolitical debate. We celebrating this morning, man. We having a good time, man. Oh, that MAGA. Oh, that MAGA. They don't like when I be coming with the facts, man. They don't like when I be coming with the hot facts. That's all I do is put some hot facts. Double tap, hit the like button. Number one podcast for YouTube. If you have not subscribed, the guy with the tight eyes. It's the black guy with the tight eyes coming in with the number one geopolitical debate on YouTube. I love you guys so much. Double tap, hit the like button. We're going to have a good time this morning, starting off with the loser liberal left. We starting off with the losers. We starting off with the loser liberal left having a conniption, having a hissy fit. Because Kash Patel is celebrating American gold. I'm celebrating American gold this morning in the chat. Double tap hit the like button, everybody. Hit the like button, like, share, subscribe. Where my Cash Apps at? Where my Cash Apps? Where my super chats? Oh, man, I love y'all. Miss y'all. Y'all know what it is today. It's MAGA Monday. MAGA Monday, people. You know what that is. This is the #1 channel for geopolitical debate, domestic debate on YouTube. We a conservative Republican channel. We love you guys. We're counter narrative, as you've been hearing so far this morning. I present to you, but to be honest, so far this morning, I haven't truly been on a Republican conservative. I've been nonpartisan. And that's important that you hear that, right? It's important that a lot of the issues, what I'm going to present to you is this TDS, this Trump derangement syndrome on the left that forces Americans to see things through racial and partisan lenses, right? And I'm going to point that out. I'm going to point that out because it matters, and it's going to matter in the voting booth in November. I've been saying this since last November when there was a 43-day shutdown, right? It's going to be very evident, this TDS and the left not having actual policy to run on, but instead choosing to run on TDS, right? And turning issues like American Gold. Like most people who vote are a certain age, right? I don't see how this works. This is why a lot of people on the right said they brought in all these people across the border to boost votes on the left, because common sense American on the left and the right will look at the Democratic tactics and say, you know, I'm tired of the Democrat bullshit. You know, Democrats might have some good points, but I can't trust them to lead if all they're going to do is lie to get power. There's nothing partisan with someone celebrating an American Olympic victory. This is common sense. You would think they would know that. You would think they would know that. There's nothing wrong with someone celebrating an American gold medal. At the Olympics, I even qualified it further. I said there is nothing wrong with the FBI being with the Olympic team, especially in 2026 with all of these geopolitical issues that we have in Israel, Ukraine, Iran. Does anybody know how many super carriers that we have outside of Iran? Does anybody realize that we're in nuclear talks with Iran? I don't see nothing wrong with the FBI being with our Olympic team while they're abroad in 2026 as we institute tariffs, as we negotiate trade deals. I think it's pretty much a great idea to have the FBI with the Olympic team while they're in Italy. I think that's a great idea. And I think common sense Americans on the left and the right will start to see through the bullshit, and they will get pissed with the bullshit. Someone in the chat, Kamuzzle, said there's a lot wrong. I'm going to give you a chance, brother. Go ahead and tell us what's wrong. What's wrong with Kash Patel? He's not supposed to be there drinking. What law? Let's listen. Let's let it play out. What law says that Kash Patel cannot be there drinking? Right? And again, why is that an issue for either the left or the right, or why is that political? Do you understand what I'm presenting to my audience today? You can't present a law that a grown man can have a drinking celebration. My question is, why is that political? Even if you can argue it and find a statute, why is it political? What does it have to do with Republican, Democrat, and Trump? Why is that what the Democrats use to win? See my point this morning? It's very simple. Because you know why I can keep it simple? Because the left argument is so elementary. He's not supposed to be there drinking. It sounds like a 12-year-old, doesn't it? But that's why he's trending #1, because the left is successful with the feeding. I said earlier, it's called a social media feed, and they feed the sheeple. And this is what they feed the sheeple. Let me highlight it. Let's highlight what the sheeple have been eating. He's not supposed to be there drinking. That is absolutely idiotic and ludicrous, but that's what's on the social media feed. And some people are eating it. The sheeple are eating. There's no law, there's no basis, but they eat what's being fed to them on the social media feed. And they need no receipt. They need no proof. They only need what is being fed to them. Right? There's nothing to support these claims. This is just an opinion. This is just an opinion. Look, and then the argument stops. Thank you, brother. That was too easy. That was too easy. That was too easy. That was anybody else want to challenge the king? Anybody else want to challenge the king? Double tap, hit the like button, man. Double tap, hit the like button. Anybody else want to challenge the king? Oh, we got another challenger. There's way more important things. We got another challenger to the throne. Let's go. Let's go. There are way more important things he needs to be addressing here. Why are my tax money paying for this? I don't need anyone to tell. There are way more important things. What important things, 12-year-old? Or maybe you're 19, T19. All of this vagueness, all of these vague things. He couldn't support the argument that he's not supposed to be there drinking because there is no law. And then now another vagueness. I have all the facts, but tell me, what are these more important things? I just explained to you all of the geopolitical issues. Right now, we have super carriers outside of Iran. Nuclear talks in Iran, trilateral talks in Abu Dhabi. We have conflict in Israel and Gaza. We have conflict in the European continent of Ukraine and Russia. They're in Italy. I said to you something with actual logic, actual facts. What, with everything I just explained, why wouldn't you want the FBI with the Olympiads? You see what I'm saying? This is your taxpayer dollars being used properly. Actually, you asshole. This is what the left does. The left makes you into an asshole. A stupid, asinine asshole. Your tax dollar, by the FBI being there, that's actually your taxpayer dollars doing what they're supposed to do. Because we have huge geopolitical conflicts right now, thanks to Biden and Kamala Harris. Trump came in and had to solve 8 wars. The reason why Trump won and we have a Republican House and a Senate is because Americans were afraid of World War III and how Biden fucked up when he left Afghanistan and how Kamala poked the bear, literally poked the Russian bear in the Munich Security Councils by saying that the Ukraine had a right and a desire to be part of NATO. When Putin had one ask. Going back to 2014, when Joe Biden was the head envoy, when he put his son at Burisma, when Barack Obama was president, Joe Biden was vice president, you know who was number one? You know who was the border czar? You don't know this shit, do you? You don't know this shit, do you? I know you're going to leave. Thank you, everybody. I know you're going to leave because you don't know shit. Who was the border czar in the Ukraine? When Barack Obama, in 2014, Joe Biden was the border czar. He led the day of revolution that put fucking Zelensky in power. How long has Zelensky been president? Presidents ain't supposed to be there that long. That's why we don't have peace. Zelensky been there since 2014 when Joe Biden installed him and installed his son, Hunter Crackhead Biden, on the board of Burisma without any experience. Ever since then, it's been a ticking time bomb. Tick, 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 tick. Joe Biden becomes president, and then he sends the no qualified individual over to the Munich Security Council. I just played the Munich Security Council where Hillary Clinton did the same thing. Gavin Newsom is governor. You know who shouldn't be there? Gavin Newsom should not have been in Davos. Gavin Newsom should not have been in Munich. The FBI should damn well be with the Olympiads in Italy with the geopolitical news that I talk about every fucking day, you stupid asshole. Every fucking day, you stupid asshole. Every fucking day, you stupid assholes. Let me get these stupid assholes out of here. Can't even, I'm having a good day today. Boy, we having a good day today, boy. I'm beating their ass in the chat, boy. Typically, I just don't beat their ass. I'm beating their ass. Come on, who else want to get their ass beat this morning? Let's go. Double tap, hit the like button. Number one podcast for geopolitical debate. Perfect timing podcast. Back with the blast. In and out with a dash. Number one on your ass. Let's go, baby. See, everything. See, this is the thing how you beat the Democrat liberal losers. They only can argue from the vantage point of racism and partisan. They actually don't know facts. They don't know. They only know race. And you know what's so racist about a liberal Democrat is they assume my race based on my skin color. Can I say that one more time? You know what's so racist about liberal Democrats is they assume my race based on skin color. It's like saying someone is white when they happen to be Spanish, and you don't know that because you're being racist, and they just white passing, right? They're just white passing, but they're not actually white. They're Hispanic. But why is it important what their ethnic background is, right? It's only important to Democrats on the left. So they see my skin color and they assume they know my race. How many white men in the chat can speak to that? How many white boys can speak to that? Where people think that you one thing, but they have no idea that you're from Egypt or you're Hispanic, and they treat you in a certain way because in 2026, it's in vogue to hate the white man, right? How many of you experienced that people think that you're a white male, and because it's 2026, they think it's okay to treat you a certain way simply because your skin color, and they have no idea your ethnic background. This is the TDS. This is the TDS. I don't like Charles. Why you don't like Charles? You know, white men have too much power in America. Charles ain't white. He not white. I didn't know that. That is how the Democrats move. That's Democrat politics. Man, I don't like Charles. Why you don't like Charles? You know, white men have too much power in America. Charles ain't white. I just had El Polo Asado at Charles' house last night. His whole family, he speak fluent. Oh, I thought he was white. Brother, you got to stop looking at people through those color lenses. You could lose your job. And you shouldn't judge your fellow coworker or your fellow American based on his skin. You need to check yourself. You need to, because that's how the liberal Democrats be so empowered with their opinion. Oh, I don't like Charles. Why you don't like Charles? Man, white men have too much power. Charles ain't white. Did you tell the boss last week that Charles, oh, I thought he was white. I was trying to get him fired. So because you thought Charles was white, you lied to the boss and tried to get him fired. Because in your mind, white men have too much power. All you had to do was talk to Charles. All you had to do was talk to any of us. How about you judge Charles on his work ethic, if he's a hard worker, if he shows up on time? And bro, when did you start caring about this democratic liberal bullshit and start judging people based on their skin and thinking it's okay to actually commit acts of violence or retribution based on this ideology? Where did you get that from, bro? I'm gonna tell you right now, that's not American. You need to check yourself. Oh, I didn't even think about it like that. I didn't even think about it like that. I didn't even think about it like that. You need to check yourself. You need to check yourself. Straight up. A lot of people on this Kash Patel issue, you need to check yourself. Let's go to one person in particular. Let me really highlight what I'm talking about this morning. I have a video to highlight this TDS. I have a video, in my opinion, that's gonna highlight this TDS. And because some people might think this is just an opinion. No, I got a video that's going to highlight the TDS that I'm talking about. Double tap hit the like button, y'all. Double tap hit the like button. Like, share, subscribe with a like-minded person, man. Thank y'all so much for watching the video. We just getting started, man. Today, man, we talking a lot about the USA wins gold, NYC blizzard lockdowns, socialism on display, disguised as the Democratic Party. Fuck, you got what you voted for, New York. And Mar-a-Lago update. We got a Mar-a-Lago update. There was a shooting attempt at Mar-a-Lago over the weekend, and we're going to get into some ICE chaos with the Mexico cartel. Two major Mexican cartel members have been, how do we want to say, unalived in Mexico. And it's going crazy right now. I don't know if Nancy Guthrie ever going to be returned after what just took place over the weekend with the Mexican cartel and the issues going on in Mexico right now, especially if Nancy Guthrie was actually in Mexico. That's really sad. So I'm going to talk about how if you had travel plans to Mexico for the summer coming up, those are canceled. All flights to Mexico are canceled. All flights to Mexico are canceled. A lot of you may not even heard this. You busy, you at work. It's Monday, you working hard. You got a vacation plan. I know I got family members that got cruises planned. If you had a cruise to Mexico, if you had a flight and vacation, all that shit is canceled. Mexico is on fire right now. And even when they ask me, check this out. When they asked me, my wife said they going on a cruise to Mexico. I said, we're not going. They just captured Maduro in Venezuela. We're not going to no fucking cruise in Mexico. So what the fuck? Like, nah, we're not going to no cruise in Mexico. We're not going to no cruise in Mexico. And now everything is shut down. Everything is shut down. So y'all need to work on getting your money back and please be safe. Work on getting your money back and please be safe. We talking about Kash Patel, gold medal, Olympic gold, and then we're going to get into some more topics.
I was just saying, used to shit. You ever heard that? I used to hear that growing up when people were like not used to things, like not used to being in certain places.
Why is this trending? And then people in my chat is they are articulating this ideology right here. This is what you hear people in the chat saying. And this is a reason. This is why they call it a social media feed. And this is what the sheeple are eating this morning. Let's have a talk.
I was just saying used to shit. Have you ever heard that? I used to hear that growing up when people were like not used to things, like not used to being in certain places or in the presence of certain people, just not used to having things. That's what this administration is about. And specifically, I'm talking about Kash Patel, who's over in Italy partying with the hockey players who won, and they're celebrating. You're the head of the FBI, dude. Why are you even there? And most likely on taxpayer dollars. Well, yes, of course, on taxpayer dollars. Probably on the plane, which he has been in trouble for, which he has been scrutinized for. This administration is so tacky. I know that Donald Trump, they say he's a wealthy man or whatever. He's made billions off of the presidency, but him too. His name is on everything, including his plane, all the gold shit, the terrible, how tacky the White House looks, and the Oval Office with all that gold shit. Like you people have no class. It's just gross. And the sad thing is that we are paying for it as tax dollars. And you have the nerve to like talk about people. You guys are like, you have no class. You're trashy. It's disgusting. And the sad irony, I guess you can call it irony, is that we are paying for these low class. You come up with a word for it. Like, get over it. Kash Patel, just take some pictures, go over there. You can pay for it yourself. And just have some class. Ugh.
So let's break it down, you guys. Let's break it down. This is what I've been saying all morning. I gave it up. I said there's a TDS. Did you hear all of the ad hominem attacks? Let's listen to it again. I played it all the way through. Now we're going to listen to it again. I'm going to break it down. As nothing factual, nothing worth of substance, just him attacking and saying cruel and vicious, mean things. Nothing him acknowledging any of the geopolitical issues that I brought up. He said, why would Kash Patel be there? I just gave a litany of reasons why the FBI should and would be around the Olympiads while they're in Italy, right, very close to the Ukraine border, right, very close to Israel and Gaza. Right, we have super carriers outside of Iran right now, and this is why people like Don Lemon should not and will not ever be in politics, because this is so simple why the FBI would be there. So once we establish there is a reason for the FBI being with the Olympic team abroad in the EU, when NATO just talked all that shit when Trump was trying to get Greenland. Do you remember the Prime Minister of Denmark saying that we will go to war with America? I think it's very prudent. Let's listen again, Don Lemon.
I was just saying used to shit. Have you ever heard that? I used to hear that growing up when people were like not used to things, like not used to being in certain places or in the presence of certain people, just not used to having things. That's what this administration is about. And specifically, I'm talking about Kash Patel, who's over in Italy partying with the hockey players who won, and they're celebrating. You're the head of the FBI, dude. Why are you even there? And most likely on tax.
I just established why Kash Patel is there. Don Lemon's been working in this field for too long for me to get the scoop on Don Lemon. Don Lemon, you've been doing this too long for me to get the scoop on that. Huh? Don Lemon, you've been doing this too long for me to get the scoop on you. Don Lemon, do you know how geographically close the Ukraine is to Italy? Why would we not want the Olympic team protected as we negotiate peace agreements and we have all this geopolitical conflict, global conflict with world and global leaders? Should we just leave the Olympiads over there by themselves and pretend like we don't have conflict in the Ukraine and Russia? We don't have conflict in Gaza and Israel? We don't have fucking super tankers outside of Iran? Don Lemon? Like we did not just capture Maduro from Venezuela? Like we did not just stop China from getting where they get their oil from? Are we not fucking in nuclear talks with China? Is China not fucking pissed that we stopped their fucking oil from Venezuela? Holy shit, Don Lemon, you're an idiot. Holy shit, Don Lemon, you're an idiot. How long can I make this list? Anybody with any intelligence, how long can I make this list? Everything that Trump has done, we deported 2 million people. All of them were not from Mexico. Everybody who came across the border during the Biden-Kamala administration, in California, we had people with CDLs, unalived, 7 people. Just to let you know, everybody that came across the border was not. So while we're in Italy, I think it behooves the government to have the FBI with the Olympic team. I'm very happy that the FBI was there with these guys as they won the gold medal. Don Lemon, you're a piece of shit. Let's keep listening.
Taxpayer dollars. Well, yes, of course, on taxpayer dollars, probably on the plane, which he has been in trouble for, which he has been scrutinized for. This administration is so tacky. I know that Donald Trump, they say he's a wealthy man or whatever. He's made billions off of the presidency, but him too. His name is on everything, including his plane, all the gold shit, how tacky the White House looks. And
Donald had to go before he became president. This guy is a clown. This is why we love Donald Trump. This is why, rest in peace, what's that guy named? Mac Miller did the song Donald Trump, because the Trump Plaza was gold. We watched Donald Trump on The Apprentice for 10 years. It was #1. We knew who Donald Trump was when we voted for him. He had the gold. He had the plane. He had the hotel. None of that was spent and bought with American taxpayer dollars, Don Lemon. He had the gold. That's why we loved him. Okay? Stop doing the lies, Don Lemon.
The Oval Office with all that gold shit. Like, you people have no class. It's just gross.
You people have no class. Everybody in the chat, all my conservative deplorables, MAGA Knights, how would you feel if this was a white man and he said, you people have no class? This is an example of the Democratic left just going off the fucking rails. If this was a white man, he would be crucified and canceled for saying, you people have no class. I can't believe it. Don Lemon not only needs to go to jail, but he should not be on television. Did Don Lemon just say, you people? What the fuck do you mean, you people, Don Lemon? And how would you feel, Don Lemon, if someone said that about you? You people, when you went into that church and interrupted their service while they were worshiping God, what if somebody white said to you, you people have no class? Don Lemon, how would you feel about that? I'm honestly asking. Somebody tag Don Lemon. Somebody tag Don Lemon. How would you feel? Because you did go into a church, Don Lemon. You did interrupt holy worship on a Sunday, Don Lemon. So how would you feel if somebody white said about you, Don Lemon, you people have no class? Did he just say that? We got to hear that again. Because this is the Democrats. They just surprise you on how idiotic. This motherfucker going to court for this shit right now. Did y'all know Don Lemon being prosecuted for the shit for the FACE Act? My chat is the one who educated everybody on what the FACE Act actually is. He's actually being prosecuted, and this is what he says. Listen.
Bullshit. Like you people have no class. It's just
you people have no. One more time. One more time.
Shit, the terrible, how tacky the White House looks, and the Oval Office with all that gold shit. Like you people have no class. It's
really. It's like they don't even hear themselves. It's like they don't even hear themselves. It's like they don't. Don Lemon would be in tears. Don Lemon's sweet cake ass would be crying. I promise you, Don Lemon would be crying. Get Trump. We need to get Trump out the White. If Trump said you people have no class, Don Lemon would be on Twitter fucking crying, asking for the removal of Trump. Don Lemon, if a white man just spoke the way you just spoke, you would be having a fucking hissy fit. Let's listen to it again, because it's almost unbelievable, but I love it because it exposes Don Lemon for who he is. It exposes Don, and it's not me, it's Don Lemon doing it to his fucking self.
Everything, including his plane, all the gold shit, the terrible, how tacky the White House looks, and the Oval Office with all that gold shit. Like you people have no class.
It's like I can't make it up. You people have no class. You people, who is he talking about? Who is the you people? Who is the you people? Who is he talking about?
It's gross. And the sad thing is that we are paying for it as tax dollars. And you have the nerve to like talk about people.
Paying for what? This is how they spin a fucking narrative. Paying for what, Don? Don, paying for what? Tell us, Don. I just said the FBI, I am happy that the FBI is with the Olympic team. In 2026, amidst all the geopolitical shit that we have, you're a fucking reporter, fucking used to work for CNN. You should understand why the FBI and why fathers and mothers and people who actually love the American kids who dedicated their life to the Olympics, you would understand why we are happy that the FBI is actually there, bro. The FBI, good job, FBI. Good job, Kash Patel. Don Lemon, you're full of shit.
You guys are like, you have no class. You're trashy. It's disgusting.
Who is he talking about again? You have no class. It's trashy and disgusting. This is the left. The left believes they can say and do anything they want. You guys need to look at the what's that terminology I like to use? How the left draws these lines, but it's not okay when we do it. So the left can say this, but the right, if the right do it, they want to cry, and then they want to get people fired, and they want to burn up cars. Fake outrage. This is fake outrage.
And the sad irony, I guess you can call it irony, is that we are paying for these low class. You come up with a word for it. Like, get over it. Kash Patel, just take some pictures, go over there. You can pay for it yourself. And just have some.
So now he wants the FBI. This is like Rachel Maddow. Remember when Rachel Maddow, did you hear this? Now he wants the FBI director to pay for himself and fly abroad. You want our FBI director to get robbed in the airport. You want our FBI director to get held up at the airport. What is he smoking? Are you smoking good crack, Don Lemon? This makes no damn sense. The FBI director fly on a commercial flight internationally when we are in fucking peace talks with Russia, Israel. Fuck Don Lemon. Are you really suggesting that our FBI director of the richest number one country in the world fly domestic? Like he's an everyday civilian? Oh my God. This guy, he cannot be, he's 60 years old. He's 60. He need to be prosecuted for the FACE Act. Don Lemon, put a one in the chat if you think Don Lemon should be prosecuted and go to jail for violating the FACE Act. Now, keep in mind before you vote that under Biden, mothers, American mothers were prosecuted under the FACE Act for praying in front of Planned Parenthood, and they went to jail. They went to jail. American mothers were prosecuted under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, who used to be a district attorney, for the FACE Act and went to prison. Put a 1 in the chat if you believe Don Lemon should go to jail for his FACE Act prosecution. Now let's listen to this clown again.
Y'all just ain't used to shit.
Wait, let's watch the video first, then vote. Watch the video first, then vote. Don Lemon, should he go to jail for his FACE Act prosecution for going into that church on a Sunday morning and pre-planning? We showed the video what him and Black Lives Matter planned before they even went in the church. Should Don Lemon go to jail? Let's go.
You ever heard that? I used to hear that growing up when people were like not used to things, like not used to being in certain places or in the presence of certain people, just not used to having things.
Ain't that Don Lemon? Don Lemon is describing himself this whole fucking video. Not used to having things, not used to being places. Ain't that what I just described when this motherfucker went into that church? You acted like somebody who is not 60 years old, not a millionaire, and who has not been on television for over 20 years. When you walked in that church and thought the First Amendment was going to protect you, you acted like someone who had never had anything and did not know how to have anything and just lost everything. You're going to prison. You just lost everything for not respecting those people's individual right to worship whatever God at whatever time. That is a pinnacle. That is pinnacle. That is a pillar of America. Freedom of speech, freedom of religion, brother. Freedom of religion, brother. And you acted like you don't know who the fuck you are and where the fuck you were when you did that. You are talking about you, Don Lemon.
Y'all just ain't used to shit. Have you ever heard that? I used to hear that growing up when people were like not used to things, like not used to being in certain places or in the presence of certain people, just not used to having things. That's what this administration is about. And specifically, I'm talking about Kash Patel, who's over in Italy partying with the hockey players who won, and they're celebrating. What the heck did the FBI do? Why are you even there? And most likely on taxpayer dollars. Well, yes, of course, on taxpayer dollars. Probably on the plane, which he has been in trouble for, which he has been scrutinized for. This administration is so tacky. I know that Donald Trump, they say he's a wealthy man or whatever. He's made billions off of the presidency. But him too. His name is on everything, including his plane, all the gold shit, how tacky the White House looks, and the Oval Office with all that gold shit. Like you people have no class. It's just gross. And the sad thing is that we are paying.
You people have no class. In the chat right now, who is Don Lemon talking about when he says you people? These are very derogatory terms he's using in this video for an FBI director celebrating a gold medal. This morning, I started off talking about TDS. And some people didn't understand. He is using extremely derogatory terms for someone celebrating an Olympic gold. I am telling you this morning, someone celebrating Olympic gold is not partisan. It's not Democratic. It's not Republican. This is an all-American victory. This was an overtime victory in Canada, an overtime victory against Canada in Italy. The Americans won gold. It is not partisan. This is not an opportunity for you to say these vile, evil, mean things about the FBI director. This should not be partisan, but this is telling you and showing you why the Democrats are polling the way they are. Listen to Don Lemon. I just want to know from you in the chat, do you think this is a partisan issue? Do you think Kash Patel celebrating America winning gold, how did the Democrats make it partisan? I don't know. Let me know in the chat. Put a 1 if you think this is a partisan issue. I don't think it's partisan. I think we all Americans should be celebrating America winning gold, but maybe not. You tell me in the chat.
In trouble for, which he has been scrutinized for. This administration is so tacky. I know that Donald Trump, they say he's a wealthy man or whatever. He's made billions off of the presidency. But him too. His name is on everything, including his plane, all the gold shit, how tacky the White House looks, and the Oval Office with all that gold shit. Like you people have no class. It's just gross.
So for the people, for the fifth time, for the people coming in new in the chat, thank you for coming in. Thank you for your question. What I am arguing this morning, you can disagree with me. What I have argued, the logical answer to when Don Lemon and people who don't love America say, and people who don't love these kids, most of the Olympiads are under 25 years old. So people say it's corruption and Don and Kash Patel shouldn't be there. This is what my argument is this morning. You can disagree. What I have said is I am happy that the FBI team is with our Olympiads abroad, especially while in Italy, knowing how close Italy is to current conflicts, not just one, but several major geopolitical conflicts that are going on right now. I will list them for you right now. Don't leave out the fact that we just kind of came out of an open border when everybody from around the world, up to 20 million people crossed our border, not just Mexican Americans, because in California, we had 2 people acquire CDLs and unalive Americans who were not Mexican American who came across the border during Biden. Number 2, we just kidnapped Maduro from Venezuela, right, and blew up 30 drug boats, right, and captured 25 oil tankers. We stopped with those oil tankers. We stopped the flow of oil from Venezuela to China. I'm listing you reasons why I am happy that the FBI team is with our Olympiads in Italy in 2026, since you are so simple and mundane and you need my help. But love you. Thank you for being here because you give me the opportunity to tell you why the FBI should be here. And if I'm a father, if I'm a mother, and my son is in Italy and sacrificing his life for America to win Olympic gold, I am very ecstatic that the FBI team is there. Can I keep going? Ladies and gentlemen in my chat, can I keep going? Can I keep giving more reasons why the FBI should be there? Can I keep going? We have a conflict in Israel and Gaza, right? We have a conflict in the Ukraine and Russia. We have super carriers, the largest air naval ships possible outside of Iran today. We have nuclear peace talks with Iran. We are on the verge of nuclear war with Iran. China is upset with us for stopping the flow of oil from Venezuela. Not a little bit upset, because this could cripple them and cripple their ability to function as a fucking country, a fucking continent. Do you understand? Do you understand the geopolitical climate in the fucking globe? We stop oil going to China. We're outside of Iran with nuclear warships. Now, they're in Italy. Do you know where Italy is? Do you know how we used Italy in World War II? Do you know the do you know where they are? Do you know anything about history? World War II, Italy, they're in Italy. They're in Italy. They're in Italy. Yes, I want the FBI there. Yes, I want the FBI there. Yes, don't think like Don Lemon. Don't be a dick like Don Lemon. Don't be a dick like Don Lemon. We want the FBI, want the Olympiads in this climate. We have peace talks in Abu Dhabi. We're in trilateral peace talks in Abu Dhabi. Trilateral peace talks with Russia and the Ukraine and Abu Dhabi. We're attempting peace in Iran. Trump has a trip to China coming up to discuss peace. What the fuck is the Democrats smoking? What the fuck is the Democrats smoking? So yes, we're happy. Yes, we're happy that they're there. Yes, we're happy the FBI is there.
And the sad thing is that we are paying for it as tax dollars. And you have the nerve to like talk about people. You guys are like, you have no class. You're trashy. It's disgusting. And the sad irony, I guess you can call it irony, is that we are paying for these low class. You come up with a word for it. Like, get over it. Kash Patel, just take some pictures, go over there. You can pay for it yourself and just have some class. Ugh.
Don Lemon wants the FBI director to fly commercial and pay for it himself so he can get kidnapped, robbed, or assaulted. The FBI director doesn't fly commercial, Don Lemon. Maybe when he's no longer FBI director and they have a tenure of 10 years. The FBI director is there for 10 years.
Y'all just ain't used to shit. Have you ever heard that? I used to hear that growing up when people were like not used to things, like not used to being in certain places or in the presence of certain people, just not used to having things. That's what this administration is about. And specifically, I'm talking about Kash Patel, who's over in Italy partying with the hockey players who won, and they're celebrating. You're the head of the FBI, dude. Why are you even there? And most likely on taxpayer dollars. Well, yes, of course, on taxpayer dollars. Probably on the plane, which he has been in trouble for, which he has been scrutinized for. This administration is so tacky. I know that Donald Trump, they say he's a wealthy man or whatever. He's made billions off of the presidency, but him too. His name is on everything, including his plane, all the gold shit, the terrible, how tacky the White House looks, and the Oval Office with all that gold shit. Like you people have no class. It's just gross. And the sad thing is that we are paying for it as tax dollars. And you have the nerve to like talk about people. You guys are like, you have no class. You're trashy. It's disgusting. And the sad irony, I guess you can call it irony, is that we are paying for these low class. You come up with a word for it. Like, get over it. Kash Patel, just take some pictures. Go over there. You can pay for it yourself.
TDS. Can I get hashtag TDS? Do y'all know why we have these opinions? I did my research today. Double tap at the like button. Number one podcast. The Democratic Party has been taken over by the Socialists. I said this when we talked about Renee Good, when we talked about Becca Good, when we were in Minnesota and we saw those protests. And I said, hey, party people, these are not protests. These are not protests. These are political rallies, and they are recruiting people. We paused the tape. We saw signs that said recruiting for the Communist Party, recruiting for the Socialist Party. I know people who watch me, the people who are my age and older, probably can't believe the things that I'm saying are true. Listen to this video about the new socialist left in those political rallies that were not protests in Minnesota. I showed you video. They were signing up our young people. I showed you video. They said it was about Renee Good. They said it was about Alex Pretty, but in the video, I showed you young people with purple hair walking around with clipboards saying, do you want to be part of the Communist Party? Do you want to be part of the Social? I'll call you. That's how Renee Good got unalived. She joined the Minnesota Ice Watch via Becca Good via her children's school. The left has been taken over by the socialists. Let me give you an example. It's not just the YouTuber. Double tap at the like button, everybody. Like, share, subscribe. Perfect timing podcast.
Tonight is actually that the Socialist Party is taking over the Democrat Party. And, you know,
what did she say?
The story for tonight is actually that the Socialist Party is taking over the Democrat Party. And you know what? It was Andrew Cuomo. It was Kathy Hochul. It were the Democrats that were so afraid of their shadows, so afraid of the radical left. People like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez kept moving to satisfy them. And now they've been eaten alive. So this is a lesson for the Democrat Party. They should have fought for their party. They never fought for their party. They catered to the radical left. And now we're going to see, by the way, for people who think that they're voting for affordability here with Mamdani, a guy who believes in socialism, we're going to learn the hard way in New York City what socialism is. Your taxes will go up. And if you pay property taxes, you won't be able to afford to live in your home. And if you guess what, you rent, it's going to be passed on to you in the form of your rent. Mandates, fees, regulations, surcharges. We've seen it in this state, in this city under one party rule for the last decade. It costs money. It gets passed on to you. So if you think you're going to get a free ride with Mamdani, you're going to learn the hard way.
That's why the answer to it.
The story for tonight is actually that the Socialist Party is taking over the Democrat Party. And you know what? It was Andrew Cuomo.
Let's have a talk. Let's have a talk this morning. The story is the socialists have taken over the Democratic Party. Huh? More people died under Barack Obama. Hillary Clinton said last week that her husband and Barack Obama deported more people. 64 people died in detention. 64 immigrants died in detention under Barack Obama. And can I say W to my chat? Because my chat corrected me. It was actually more people who died under Barack Obama, but we ain't gonna get into that today. I just want to talk about this socialist argument because we saw this in Minnesota. We saw this at those protests / rallies. And then, the black guy with the tight eye, because the Democrats make you think about me through racial lenses. You can't just listen to my podcast. You can't just listen to me. You have to see me through racial lenses. So I should tell some of the Democrats, just close your eyes when you listen to my podcast. Just hear the facts. Now let's listen to this very intelligent lady talk about what's actually happening on the left. And then we're going to get into Mamdani shutting down New York, demanding IDs. At the same time, we're going to show white people tell black people they too stupid to get an ID. So wait, white people telling black people we too stupid to get IDs. And then Mamdani socialist shutdown of New York City requiring IDs. Oh, what do we do? What do we do? Do we still pray to the Democratic liberal God who uses black people as fodder? Or do we start to wake up and start paying attention?
The story for tonight is actually that the Socialist Party is taking over the Democrat Party. And you know what? It was Andrew Cuomo. It was Kathy Hochul. It were the Democrats that were so afraid of their shadow, so afraid of the radical left. People like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez kept moving to satisfy them. And now they've been eaten alive. So
why did we have 43-day shutdown? Does anybody know? I know MAGA knows the climate, but why do we have a 43-day shutdown? She just said AOC Alexandria Ocasio kept moving the goalposts. Well, Chuck Schumer was afraid of being primary from the left by AOC. And listen, even if you disagree with me, how many people paid attention? Because after Chuck Schumer signed the continuing resolution, we still don't have a budget. We're in a shutdown right now, DHS. I'm going to play a video about the shutdown. We're still in a shutdown. Chuck Schumer signed the continuing resolution. AOC and Hakeem Jeffries called him pussy. How many people remember AOC and Hakeem Jeffries called Chuck Schumer pussy for finally signing the continuing resolution after 43 days? They said Chuck Schumer couldn't hold the party line. Chuck Schumer kept the government shut down because he was afraid of that socialist wing of the party. They got fucking Bernie Sanders is a senator doing town halls with a congresswoman because she has so much influence and they're so afraid. These baby boomer senators are in fear of AOC and the socialist left. So he kept the government shut down and he couldn't even please them. When he opened the government back up, they called him pussy. So you couldn't hold the party line. I gotta give it to y'all. I gotta give it to you straight. I gotta give it to you straight. I don't know who gonna give it to you straight. I gotta give it to you straight. AOC and Hakeem Jeffries called him pussy. Straight up called him pussy for not holding the party line. This is what the socialist wing of the Democratic Party have become.
the story for tonight is actually that the Socialist Party is taking over the Democrat Party. And you know what? It was Andrew Cuomo. It was Kathy Hochul. It were the Democrats that were so afraid of their shadow, so afraid of the radical left. People like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez kept moving to satisfy them. And now they've been eaten alive. So this is a lesson for the Democrat Party. They should have fought for their party. They never fought for their party. They catered to the radical left. And now we're going to see, by the way, for people who think that they're voting for affordability here with Mamdani, a guy who believes in socialism, we're going to learn the hard way in New York City what socialism is. Your taxes will go up. And if you pay property taxes, you won't be able to afford to live in your home. And if you guess what, you rent, it's going to be passed on to you in the form of your rent. Mandates, fees, regulations, surcharges. We've seen it in this state, in this city under one party rule for the last decade. It costs money. It gets passed on to you. So if you think you're going to get a free ride with Mamdani, you're going to learn the hard way.
That's why the answer to
the story for tonight is actually that the
Socialist Party has taken over the Dems, and if you think you're going to get a free ride, you are absolutely crazy. What did I tell you about San Francisco? What did I tell you about Gavin Newsom? Somebody said earlier, today, and you know what else is so great about what I do here and me being able to highlight the idiocracy on the left? I exposed them this morning. I said, there is great reason for the FBI to be in Italy with the Olympiads. But you know what I said also? I said there is no fucking reason for Gavin Newsom to be in Davos. There's no fucking reason for Gavin Newsom to be in Munich. Gavin Newsom is the governor of California. California is failing. California is dying. I said to my audience and listeners, do you want Californication for the nation? Do you want California? Do you want San Francisco and Columbus, Idaho? Do you want San Francisco and Little Rock, Arkansas? Do you want Californication for the nation? These are legitimate questions because Kash Patel should have been in Italy. We want the FBI protecting the Olympiads. But Gavin Newsom let California burn down, and he hasn't fixed the wildfire problem. He hasn't fixed the homeless problem. $37 billion missing. He hasn't built the super train. $100 billion missing. He hasn't fixed the fires in Southern California. $100 million missing. Missing. I am missing you. Gavin Newsom, I ain't missing you. Huh? Highest gas taxes. All of our refineries have left. Tesla has left. If you want to talk about who should not be somewhere, Gavin Newsom should not have been in Davos. He is not president. Gavin Newsom should not have been in Munich. See, these are the real realities that I bring forth. These are the real realities that I bring forth. They hate the truth, you guys.
Our family grew up in Boston, Massachusetts. We left there to move to Florida like everybody else is because it's such a tough place to, this is a tough message. People really are critical about this, but somebody has to call it out because this is a competition of states now, and we don't put money there anymore. We put it in other places, and jobs are created elsewhere. Over time, this is going to diminish New Jersey, diminish New York, diminish Massachusetts, and California out of business. El Morte, no business there. You can't do business there. I don't know what that place is going to turn into. Maybe a tourist zone, but no business. Imagine San Francisco. You can't even walk at night out in the street. Our family grew up in Boston, Massachusetts. We left there to move to Florida like everybody. This
is a billionaire, and he's breaking down the reality that I've shared on this channel many times. I told you about Tesla leaving. When I talked about the massacre in Stockton, 14 people shot, 5 children murdered. I talked to you about the mayor of Stockton asking for Trump's help. The mayor of Stockton asking for Trump's help, and she did not ask for Gavin Newsom's help. And I said, do you guys know why? She said, I need the help from the federal government. Gavin Newsom can't help us in Stockton. And she said, why can't Gavin Newsom help you in Stockton? Because we have a unique type of crime in Stockton. It's a migrant crime. I said, California is agricultural. In California, migrants come here throughout the year to pick the grapes and go back home. In Stockton, we have a unique crime because it's migrant. I talked about Tucson and Nancy Guthrie. I said it's different type of crime with kidnapping in Tucson because you have migrants in Tucson. In Stockton, you have a different level of crime because you have a migrant community to work in the fields, the agriculture of California that people never tell you about. California is agricultural in a migrant climate and economy. This is Mr. Wonderful telling America that California is basically closed for business. California is basically closed for business due to liberal Democratic policies. And I live in California and we feel it. Highest gas in the country, highest gas taxes in the country. All of our oil refineries have left. Tesla left. We have nothing left here but homelessness and crime. The Democrats have left nothing but homelessness and crime. Let's get into it.
Everybody else is because it's such a tough place to, this is a tough message. People really are critical about this, but somebody has to call it out because this is a competition of states now, and we don't put money there anymore. We put it in other places, and jobs are created elsewhere. Over time, this is going to diminish New Jersey, diminish New York, diminish Massachusetts, and California out of business. Out of business. El Morte. No business there. You can't do business there. I don't know what that place is going to turn into. Maybe a tourist zone, but no business.
You can't do business there. No business. Y'all know Tesla started in California. I have family and friends who work for Tesla, young Black Americans who were saved from the streets, from gangs, and were proud. I remember seeing my nephews. I was proud of them. I said, nephew, you doing good? He said, yeah, I'm working at Tesla. And I was like, damn, that's right. Tesla is in California. And then Elon wanted to build a new plant in California and give more jobs. Listen, you guys, Elon Musk wanted to build a new plant in California. That would be more jobs. That would be Stockton, California. There would be no murders in Stockton. Los Angeles, there would be less crime, violence. You know he couldn't do a deal with Gavin Newsom, and Gavin Newsom wants to be fucking president. Let me talk to you guys. Elon wanted to build a new plant in California. He couldn't do a deal with Gavin Newsom. Couldn't do a deal with Gavin Newsom. So instead, you get to be able to steal $1,000, and Elon Musk went to Texas. Elon Musk did an interview. He said, I couldn't build in California because it's the most litigious state. I was able to build my plant in Texas in less time than it would take me to do the paperwork in California. I'm going to say that again in case you didn't remember. Elon Musk said, I did not build in California because it's the most litigious state. I was able to build my plant, and I have employees working in Texas in the same amount of time as a lawyer told me it would take just to do my paperwork, not build the plant. In California, I had a lawyer design the plant, and the lawyer told me it would take 18 months to 2 years to get through the paperwork before we could start building. Elon Musk said, I built my plant in Texas in less than 2 years, and I got people working in it. That's why I left California. It's too litigious. I would have been sued every year because there are so many laws from the EPA in California that they would have found a legal reason to sue me every year. And basically till I go out of business, and the lawyers make money, and then the California citizens lose. Elon is a billionaire. He's not going to lose, but the California lawyers would sue him, because it's the most litigious state, and that's how lawyers make money. So he knew if he built a plant in California, the lawyers would find a way to sue him every year. Another reason why he built the plant in Texas. So let's just listen again. Elon Musk, and I'm giving real life. And then remember, there are no more oil refineries in California. There are no more Denny's in San Francisco. There is no more retail. Pier 39, I played the video. I grew up in San Francisco. It's sad. They're tearing down the famous restaurant in Pier 39, been there over 100 years. Pier 39 looks like a ghost town. There is no more retail in San Francisco. California, listen to Mr. Wonderful. Listen to Mr. Wonderful. Listen to Mr. Wonderful as he breaks it down. Listen to Mr. Wonderful as he breaks down these realities.
Our family grew up in Boston, Massachusetts. We left there to move to Florida like everybody else is, because it's such a tough place to, this is a tough message. People really are critical about this, but somebody has to call it out, because this is a competition of states now, and we don't put money there anymore. We put it in other places, and jobs are created elsewhere. Over time, this is going to diminish New Jersey, diminish New York, diminish Massachusetts, and California out of business. Out of business. El Morte. No business there. You can't do business there.
California out of business. California out of business. All the oil refineries have left. And Gavin Newsom is leaving too, and he promised, oh, your oil, your gas prices hasn't going to go up. I live here. Guess what's happening, you guys? And then check this out. Before 2026, California had the highest gas taxes. Gavin Newsom on his way out, guess what he just did? He rose our gas taxes even more. And the oil refineries left. California gas is going to be so high, we won't be able to afford it. Thank you, Gavin Newsom, for all of the idiots, man. This is not the time to make a joke and troll. If you have a business where you deliver and you have to deliver your goods, you won't be able to run your business in California because the gas will put you out of business. If you have to deliver, if you have to get things shipped or imported into California, you won't be able to run your business because the gas will cost too much. This is not partisan. This is not Democrat or Republican. The oil refineries left last year. The rest of them left. In 2026, they're all gone. This is not Democrat. This is not Republican. The gas in California is going to go up. It's going to go up thanks to the Democratic liberal policies of Gavin Newsom. Listen to Mr. Wonderful.
Time, this is going to diminish New Jersey, diminish New York, diminish Massachusetts, and California out of business. Out of business. El Morte.
So how can Gavin Newsom run for president? Why is Gavin Newsom in Davos? Why is Gavin Newsom in Munich? As you argue with me about Kash Patel being in Italy, Mr. Wonderful just said California is out of business. How can you promote Gavin Newsom to president if he did not successfully run California? If he destroyed the California economy, how can we vote for him for president? These are not partisan questions.
Diminish New York, diminish Massachusetts, and California out of business. Out of business. El Morte. No business there. You can't do business there. I don't know what that place is going to turn into. Maybe a tourist zone, but no business. Imagine San Francisco. You can't even walk at night on the street. Our family.
You can't even walk at night on the street. You can't even walk at night on the street. Do you want Californication for the nation? Do you want San Francisco and Toledo, Ohio? Do you want San Francisco and Little Rock? Do you want San Francisco in Florida? These are real legitimate questions as we go into 2026 and 2028. Real legitimate questions.
Take into account the population mid-2020.
So this video I'm teeing up right now is a Democrats face electoral college disaster. Even CNN is now sounding the alarm that Trump states like Texas, Florida, North Carolina, Georgia, and Arizona are gaining electoral seats. And at the next census, while California, New York, Illinois, New Jersey lose seats. Come on, y'all. I said there is no blue wave. I said there is a red wave. Part to my podcast with the black.
Look at this. The biggest population growth this decade, all 5 of the states that Donald John Trump won in 2024. Texas, Florida, North Carolina, Georgia, and of course the great state of Arizona, where I spent my New Year's Eve. I love those folks out in Prescott, Arizona. These were the biggest gainers. The biggest gainers in terms of population compared to the 2020 census. Now, it's not just a red state boom. This is what we're looking at. We're looking at a red state boom here, but it is not just a red state boom. We're also looking at what I would dare call a blue state depression, because who are the people? Who and where are the people moving from into the red states? Well, they're blue states. They're blue states. Take a look here. The lowest domestic net migration this decade. All 5 of the states that were won by Kamala Harris in 2024. Look at this. California, Harris's home state. New York, where I'm coming from right now.
Did not say that.
Illinois, New Jersey, and of course, the great Commonwealth of Massachusetts, which is a bastion.
Watches my show, uses my content. I promise you, this brother watches my show and uses my content. I have explained this to you guys over and over, but maybe you need to see it from your favorite liberal media outlet. And then maybe when the liberal media tells you, then you can hear what I've been saying to you. When I said Jasmine Crockett has to run for Senate, but Texas hasn't sent a Democrat to the Senate in over 30 years, I said Jasmine Crockett is fired. I said, when you look at MTG, you guys are not seeing what I am seeing on the ground, that the Democrats are losing steam and there is a red wave building. MTG lost support. Jasmine Crockett lost support. Nancy Pelosi stepping down. Tim Walz stepping down. And I said, when these things started to happen, I said, you guys ain't paying attention. You guys have TDS. You guys do not know what this means for you in 2026 and 2028. If the squad falls, Ayanna Presley being investigated for $1 million theft. Ilhan Omar being investigated for $30 million increase over months in marrying her brother. Ilhan Omar has been married 4 times, y'all. Ilhan Omar been married 4 times, and she married to a white man now as a Somalian Muslim. Muslims don't marry out. But now she's married to a white man. That white man was broke before he married her. Now they both worth $30 million. I am telling you that she will not get reelected. She should go to jail for $30 million worth of fraud. But I don't know if she will go to jail for fraud, but she will not get reelected. So Jasmine Crockett, so what I have been explaining is that the squad has been crippled. Ilhan Omar is gone. Jasmine Crockett is gone. Ayanna Pressley is gone. Tim Walz is gone. Nancy Pelosi is gone. And then I asked my audience, who's going to replace them? Who's going to replace these voices on the left? These are prominent voices. If you lose these voices, who replaces them? Who is the Democrats that you have? And then you see who they have to replace Jasmine. A pastor who thinks the Bible condones a bunch of gay shit. Oh my God. So this is the red wave. This is the red wave. I've been talking about it, but maybe you'll listen to the liberals. This is the red wave. If you won't listen to the conservative media outlets, maybe you'll listen to the liberals who now want to call you to action because they are afraid. He's not saying this because he's on my side. Everybody listening, he's not agreeing with me. He's not agreeing with us, MAGA. He's not agreeing with us because he's on our side. He's trying to gin up the base. He's trying to call them to action. He's not agreeing with us because he's on our side. He is telling them the truth. They won't listen to me. They won't listen to me. Now he is yelling at them, hey, perfect is right. Perfect was right. Perfect was right. He's trying to rally the base because everything I've told you is the truth.
Take into account the population mid-2025. Look at this. The biggest population growth this decade, all 5 of the states that Donald John Trump won in 2024. Texas, Florida, North Carolina, Georgia, and of course the great state of Arizona, where I spent my New Year's Eve. I love those folks out in Prescott, Arizona. These were the biggest gainers in terms of population compared to the 2020 census. Now, it's not just a red state boom. This is what we're looking at. We're looking at a red state boom here, but it is not just a red state boom. We're also looking at what I would dare call a blue state depression, because who are the people? Who and where are the people moving from into the red states? Well, they're blue states. They're blue states. Take a look here. The lowest domestic net migration this decade. All 5 of the states that were won by Kamala Harris in 2024. Look at this. California, Harris's home state. New York, where I'm coming from right now, of course. Illinois, New Jersey, and of course, the great Commonwealth of Massachusetts, which is a bastion of blue liberalism. These are the states that folks in the United States are moving away from and into the red states, which is propelling a red state boom. Now, this is interesting, right? But it could also have major political ramifications if it holds for 2030, the next census. Because take a look here. If, in fact, the 2025 population shifts hold for the 2030 census, look at this. Look at the House seat shifts by state. Remember, of course, we apportion the number of House seats depending on the population in each state. If, in fact, the 2025 population shifts hold for 2030, states that Kamala Harris won, they would lose 7 seats in the United States House of Representatives. The states that Donald Trump won in 2024, they would gain 7 seats. Now, this isn't just about the House of Representatives, right? It's also about the Electoral College, because the number of electoral...
Are y'all hearing this? Are y'all hearing this? I explained when we talked about Greg Abbott. Are y'all really listening this morning? When we talked about Greg Abbott redistricting Texas, I said Greg Abbott won in the Supreme Court for redistricting the map in Texas because the Texas map is changing and the American map is changing and it is trending red. No one did anything to Jasmine Crockett. California trying to go after those 5 seats. Virginia trying to go after seats. What you don't know what's happening in the background is in the background, you, the American people, are leaning more toward the right. And the Democrat elite, who are owned by the technocrats, are trying to subvert the people. The people are becoming more right. They are leaving California. I ask in my chat, do you want Californication for the nation? Overwhelmingly, red and blue people say no. They don't want the same politics as California in their state. People are leaving California. People are leaving New York and moving to red states. They're not just leaving California, but they're leaving the Democratic Party in droves. I've explained this to you guys over and over and over. Not only have I said this, I've said, how are the Democrats going to combat it? Who is their savior? Who is going to stop the bleeding? It's not Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom is akin to Hillary Clinton. Everyone knows Gavin Newsom is tainted. You might as well run Hillary Clinton. You might as well run Hillary Clinton if you try to run Gavin, because he's so tainted. He's broken goods. I've been saying there is no blue wave. These realities are stark and they are very, very, very true.
Old for the 2030 census. Look at this. Look at the House seat shifts by state. Remember, of course, we apportion the number of House seats.
The blue seats go down. The Republican seats go up in 2030. Now think about this. My chat, my audience has said, why did Biden open the borders? Remember we played the video from Tom Homan? Remember we played the video from Tom Homan? Remember we played, and then we talked, Tom Homan said, I think the Democrats open the border because they need votes. Every time my chat says, hey, perfect, Biden opened the border because the Democrats need votes. Biden opened the border because the Democrats need votes. Can you guys keep that in context? Keep in context what happened at the Biden-Kamala Harris border. Keep in context of why that happened, and then listen to him explain the census and what will happen to the Democratic Party. Somebody in my chat, can I get W chat? Somebody in my chat said, once we fix the cheating in the voting, the Democrats probably will not win another election for the next 10, 20 years. And this is the math behind that. There is math behind that. That is not just us Republicans being happy and hopeful. There is real math behind when we say you guys won't win again for the next 10 to 20 years if we can get the fraud out of elections. If we just let the American people vote what they want to vote. He is explaining to you the changing demographics on the ground. This is not hocus pocus. This is real math.
Depending on the population in each state. If, in fact, the 2025 population shifts hold for 2030, states that Kamala Harris won, they would lose. They would lose 7 seats in the United States House of Representatives. The states that Donald Trump won in 2024, they would gain 7 seats. Now, this isn't just about the House of Representatives, right? It's also about the Electoral College, because the number of electoral votes that each state gets is equal to the number of senators. Each state, of course, has 2, plus the number of House seats that they have. So what would this mean for the House of Representatives? Well, if you remember back in 2024, right, it was all about, we were talking about the blue wall. If Kamala Harris could win the baseline Democratic states and then add in the blue wall states of Michigan, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, she would get to 270 electoral votes. But if all of a sudden we, in fact, have applying the 2025 estimates, the population estimates, to the Electoral College, the blue states plus the blue wall of Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin would no longer be enough. Under the current estimates, you get to exactly 270 electoral votes, the minimum needed to win the Electoral College. If, in fact, you apply the 2025 estimates, look at that. You would only get to 263 electoral votes if you were a Democrat, which would mean a Republican victory.
Which would mean a Republican victory. Ding, 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 ding. Man, I love hearing that. Man, I love hearing that. Whoa, that MAGA. Whoa, that MAGA. And that would mean what, ladies and gentlemen? Tell them again. What did you win? Come on down to the motherfucking Republican town. Woo! Shit. I love giving out facts. That would mean a Republican victory. That would mean a Republican victory for the next 10 to 20 fucking years based on census and electoral college. Real politics on the Purpose of My Podcast. Let's get into Zarani, Mamdani, the Morani. Zarani, Mamdani, the Morani. Come on down. Zohran Mamdani just issued a travel ban in New York City, shutting down the bridges, the tunnels, the streets, saying you better stay your ass in your house. Isn't that interesting? Oh, I love it, I love it, I love it, I love it, I love it. Woo! Woo! He just shuts you down. He just shuts you down. He just shuts you down. You gotta have an ID. You gotta stay your monkey ass. And I thought you was gonna get free bus rides. I thought y'all was gonna get free bus rides. You ain't going nowhere. Your ass is locked in the motherfucking house. Democrat. Oh, Democrat. Oh. Democrat. Democrat. Please tell me where you at. Democrat. Please tell me where you're at. Democrat. I gotta have a good time with y'all today, man. This is Mega MAGA Monday, man. This is Mega MAGA Monday, man. Let's get into it. Man. Zohran Mamdani just issued a travel ban in New York City, shutting down bridges, tunnels, the streets saying you better stay your ass in the house. Isn't that interesting? If you do want to come outside, you got to bring your documentation, bring your papers. Get to the chopper. Get to the chopper. If you want to come outside, you must bring me your papers. Do you have your papers? Show me your papers. The only way you can come outside is if you're working for us, you're shoveling that snow. It's so interesting how socialism feels so much like authoritarianism. But don't worry, you'll have the warmth of collectivism to keep you comfy. I love it. Oh, it's so rich. The irony. Oh, you can cut it with a knife. It's so thick and rich. I love it. It's what you voted for. It's what you voted for. Double tap hit the like button. Zarani, Mamdani, the Morani.
So Zohran Mamdani just issued a travel ban in New York City, shutting down the bridges, the tunnels, the streets, saying you better stay your ass in your house. Isn't that interesting? And if you do want to come outside, you got to bring your documentation, bring your papers, bring 2 pieces of ID, social security card, pictures. And the only way you can come outside is if you're working for us, you shoveling that snow. So interesting how socialism feels so much like authoritarianism. But don't worry, you'll have the warmth of collectivism to keep you comfy.
know what else is so beautiful about this, MAGA? MAGA. You know, he only been in office 5 minutes, y'all. He been in office it's like Spamberger in Virginia. Spamberger in Virginia was in office for 5 minutes, and she shut down with her first executive order. Dog taxes, Trump, she fired every Republican. This is what you get, and they only been in office for he ain't even been in office 30 days. Zerani hasn't been in office 30 days. Just to contrast the news. New York shut down. New York shut down.
So Zoran Mamdani just issued a travel ban in New York City, shutting down the bridges, the tunnels, the streets, saying you better stay your ass in your house. Isn't that interesting? And if you do want to come outside, you got to bring your documentation, bring your papers, bring 2 pieces of ID, social security card, pictures. And then
Wait a minute. No, he didn't say that. He did not say that. He did not say that. You know why he didn't say that? He did not say that because everybody listening at home, we're going to have some fun. Can we have some fun today? Zerani, the Mamdani Marani said, you can't go outside. You can't do shit without having your papers. Your papers. But Bernie Sanders and Gavin Newsom lost their papers when they were children. So I guess they got to stay the fuck inside.
Now, you're not talking about voter ID. That's the way Trump defines it. But you're talking about, now I don't know about California's initiative, but I do know what's going on in Washington, is that some geniuses think that before you can, maybe I have it wrong here, register to vote, you need a passport or your birth certificate. Do you have a passport or your birth certificate?
At the moment?
Do you?
I do. I have.
How many people in the chat? How many people in the chat? Simple question. Put a 1 if you have your passport, your birth. Most people do, Bernie. But I guess they think black people don't. Black people don't, Bernie. Something's wrong with them damn black people.
Millions of people don't. I don't have my birth certificate. God knows how I get it.
I don't have my birth certificate. God knows how I get it. One more time before I go back to Zerani Mamdani's brand new policy in New York. I guess all the Democrats gonna be fucked.
No, I don't have my birth certificate. God knows how I get it.
Okay, y'all heard that, right? Bernie Sanders said, I don't have my birth certificate. God knows how I get it.
So Zoran Mamdani just issued a travel ban in New York City, shutting down the bridges, the tunnels, the streets, saying you better stay your ass in your house. Isn't that interesting? And if you do want to come outside, you got to bring your documentation, bring your papers, bring 2 pieces of ID, social security card, pictures. And the only way you can come outside is if you're working for us. You
got to bring social security, ID, 2 forms of ID.
Now, you're not talking about voter ID. That's the way Trump defines it. But you're talking about, now I don't know about California's initiative. Do you have a passport or your birth certificate?
At the moment?
At the moment?
Do you?
I do. I have.
But millions of people don't.
Millions of people don't. Who? Black people, Bernie? Black people don't. That's what they keep saying, Jim Crow 2.0. Black people don't, guys. I don't know how we work or get to work. I don't know how we drive car. Damn it. Them damn black people.
I don't have my birth certificate. God knows how I get it.
He don't have his birth certificate, and God knows. He don't have his birth certificate, and God knows how I get it. So if you in New York, you can't come outside, Bernie.
In that snow. So interesting how socialism feels so much like authoritarianism. But don't worry, you'll have the warmth of collectivism to keep you comfy.
Ain't that some shit? Now, Zerani Mamdani has locked down New York, and he is locking down New York because, and he said you got to have your ID. He said you got to have your ID. And you can't go outside without your papers. But the Democrats are saying something opposite. Let's listen to the Democrats. That was Bernie. This is Gavin.
No, No, I mean, so this is madness. Voter ID. It's not about voter ID to say that's not about that. It's about registration. It's about proving your citizenship with a passport. Not everyone has a passport. If you I don't know you know where your birth certificate is? I lost that.
I can't make this up. They just walk right into my hands.
At 7.
So Gavin Newsom lost his birth certificate at 7, and he is so wealthy, he has never been required by any agency to ever present a birth certificate. Anybody in the chat had to apply. I work in hospitals. Before I did YouTube, I work in hospitals. I had to go through extensive DOJ background checks. You know how many times I've had to go to where my city of birth and get my birth certificate? And when people start traveling and everybody thought it was hip to get a passport, you know what everybody had to do? Go get a birth certificate. You know, to get a real ID in order to fly when everybody starts traveling again, you know what you have to do to go get a real ID at the DMV? Go get a birth certificate. Gavin Newsom is so rich and wealthy. Bernie Sanders is so rich and wealthy. They've never been required since children to ever present. I think they don't even know how damning this information is. They think they're being cute. When Gavin Newsom says he lost his birth certificate at 7 and he wants us to laugh, you know what that tells me? It tells me you're rich, Gavin Newsom. It tells me you're wealthy and you never had to present it because you, unlike us in the chat, you never had to get a fucking job, bro. You never had to get a job. You never had to apply for college. You never had to do anything everyday regular people do that require us going to get a fucking birth certificate. Straight up. Man versus Hawk in the building with a $2 super chat. Thank you for coming in, man. He said every time I date a girl, I ask for ID. He said every time I date a girl, I ask for ID. Why am I bringing this up this morning? Why am I bringing up this morning these idiots talking about they can't find their ID since 7? Why am I bringing this up this morning? Because Mamdani, the Marani, has shut down New York because of an ice blizzard, and he is requiring people to show their papers. He's only been mayor of New York for 5 minutes. He has not been mayor for 90 days. He has not been mayor for 90 days. And he has shut the city down on what authority? On what fucking authority, brothers and sisters? And he is saying you can't come outside without your paper. But keep in mind, Bernie Sanders, and I am playing for you, Gavin Newsom, don't have fucking birth certificates since they were fucking children. Let's go, MAGA!
So Zoran Mamdani just issued a travel ban in New York City, shutting down the bridges, the tunnels, the streets, saying you better stay your ass in your house. Isn't that interesting? And if you do want to come outside, you got to bring your documentation, bring your papers, bring 2 pieces of ID, social security card, pictures. And the only way you can come outside is if you're working for us, you shoveling that snow. So interesting how socialism feels so much like authoritarianism. But don't worry, you'll have the warmth of collectivism to keep you comfy. So Zoran Mamdani just issued a travel.
So Zoran Mamdani just shut down New York and said you got to have your papers. So I just want to make the Democrats look like I don't have, you know what? I'm not even going to say that because I'm not doing a lot of work. They doing all the heavy lifting, y'all. The Democrats is doing the heavy lifting for me. I'll be honest, man. They doing the heavy. It's not hard to make them. It's not hard to make them look bad. You know, who is advising Bernie Sanders and Kevin? I didn't tell Bernie Sanders to say he don't. And thank you to my chat, W chat. My chat just said this motherfucker just went to Germany. He got a goddamn birth certificate. How'd you go to Germany, Gavin? You had to have a passport to go to Davos. So how the fuck you were in Munich, Germany, and he was in Davos, Switzerland before that. So how did you get there, Gavin? How did you get there, Gavin? Can you just? Oh my God, they're doing the heavy lifting. I was gonna take credit, but I can't take credit. The Democrats is doing the heavy lifting. I'm just showing you them make a fool of themselves.
Not a joke. No, I mean, so this is madness. Voter ID. It's not about voter ID to say that's not about that. It's about registration. It's about proving your citizenship with a passport. Not everyone has a passport. If you I don't know where you know where your birth certificate is?
You just went to Germany. You can't make this. I got the best chat. He he almost said I don't have a passport, but he thought about it. Motherfucker, you just came back from Germany. Let's listen to this.
If you I don't know where my
I don't wait. I don't have. Do you have a wait? I don't. What was that, Gavin? I love it. I love it. I don't. Do you? I can't make it up. It's just the best thing ever. I love it so much. I can't be in love even more. Let's listen again. I'm so in love.
It's not about voter ID. The SAVE Act's not about that. It's about registration. It's about proving your citizenship with a passport. Not everyone has a passport.
No.
If you I don't know where my
Tony Yayo got a Tony Yayo is a fucking felon. He has a passport. Tony Yayo, Uncle Murder, has a passport. Fucking Gavin Newsom, we love you. We fucking love you. I don't have a. Oh God.
with a passport. Not everyone has a passport. If you I don't know where you know where your birth certificate is? I lost that at 7.
He lost his birth certificate at 7, everyone. And keep in mind, I'm showing this not just because we support the SAVE Act, not just because I think it's racist for white men to point to blacks and Jim Crow to defend their political motivations, right? I think that's fucking racist. But no, I'm showing this because Mamdani, the Morani, has shut down New York, and he's requiring the same pieces of information that supposedly Gavin Newsom and Bernie Sanders haven't had since they're fucking 7.
I mean, I don't even know where to begin to get it back.
And they don't know where to get it. And did y'all hear this? So he doesn't have his birth certificate, and he doesn't know where to get it. I got to play that one more time because Bernie Sanders said the same thing. I'm going to play that again.
I lost that at 7. I mean, I don't even know where to begin to get it back.
Did you hear that? I lost my birth certificate at 7, and I don't even know where to begin to get it back. That's how wealthy these white men are, right? He said, I lost my birth certificate at 7, and I don't even know where.
That's the way Trump defines it. But you're talking about, now I don't know about California, just an issue. But
just again, same thing.
do you?
I do. I
Right,
have
but millions of people don't. I don't have my birth certificate. God knows how I get it.
I don't have my birth certificate. God knows how do I get it. Bernie Sanders, billionaire. Y'all know Bernie Sanders is fucking billionaire, everybody. Bernie Sanders is rich. I don't talk about the Democrats who are rich. Bernie Sanders is rich. Gavin Newsom, multimillionaire rich, having sex with his best friend's wife. Neither one of them have birth certificate or know where to get one. Can you guys believe that? One more time.
at the moment.
Do you?
I do. I
Right,
have
but millions of people don't. I don't have my birth certificate. God knows how I get it.
How
No,
you
you're not
feel.
talking about voter ID. That's the way Trump defines it. But
I
you're
don't have-
talking
I don't
about,
have
no,
my
I don't know
birth-
about California, just an issue. But I do know
I don't have my birth
what's going on in Washington.
God knows how I get it. I don't have my birth certificate. God knows. Well, if you get a real ID, and remember, we were required to get a real ID. To go in the airport to get a real ID, we had to go get a birth certificate, right? To get a passport, you got to go get a birth downtown. A lot of us do downtown. I want to go downtown. You got to go get a birth certificate to get a real ID. The real ID was a requirement, right? To go clear at TSA, you need a real ID. Am I making this up? Am I not being honest? Don't you need your birth certificate to get your real ID? But he said, I don't have one, and I don't even know where to get one. Gavin Newsom said the same thing. Is this because they're white men, or is it because they're wealthy?
Do you have a passport or your birth certificate?
At the moment,
Do you?
I do. I have
But
both.
millions of people don't.
Okay, put a one in the chat right now if you have a birth certificate or if you have identification. Put a 1 in the chat if you have birth certificate. Put a 2 in the chat if you agree it's too difficult for the average Black American to go get an ID or birth certificate. Put a 1 in the chat if you have a birth certificate and ID and it was not a problem. Put a 2 in the chat if you think it's so difficult that Blacks cannot get these things.
Passport or your birth certificate?
At the moment,
Do you?
I do. I have
But
both.
millions of people don't. I don't have my birth certificate. God knows how I get it.
So Bernie Sanders is saying, I don't have my birth certificate. God knows how I get it, right? That's one rich, very rich white man. Let's go to another very rich white man. And he's going to tell us the same thing. They're both Democrats, and they both are telling us this because they want to protect Black people. This shit is funny. You can't make this shit up. Two rich white men telling Black people who got to get their fucking birth certificate all throughout their life to get a job, to ride the bus, to get on the fucking plane. Two rich, wealthy white men now telling Black people they don't even have their fucking birth certificate, don't even know where to get it. At the same time, Democratic brand new star darling, Zohrani Mamdani, the Marani, has shut down New York requiring this same shit that these rich white men don't even know how to get. Let me play it one more time.
ID. It's not about voter ID. The SAVE Act's not about that. It's about registration. It's about proving your citizenship with a passport. Not everyone has a passport. I don't know where you know where your birth certificate is? I lost that at 7. I mean, I don't even know where to begin to get it back. So these guys are not screwing around. I mentioned the DOJ. I mentioned that we had to go to the Supreme Court. Talk about holding your breath. I've learned to hold my breath now. It used to be a minute, now it's 6 minutes. That just getting stronger and stronger, holding my breath. We were waiting. We didn't know how that decision would go. And so you're absolutely right. We have to be vigilant. We have to have poll workers out there, legal strategies out there. We have to flood the zone, to show up in record numbers. We have to continue to be vigilant and mindful, and we have to have each other's back. We have to see something, say something in that spirit of security, but also voting security, our national security. We have to watch what's happening online with algorithms. We have to watch what's happening to our media.
Okay, that's Gavin Newsom on the bullshit. Let's get into it, man. NYC mayor declares blizzard emergency amid shoveler ID black backlash. Shoveler ID backlash. The historic blizzard brought 12 to 24 inches of snow, 50-mile-per-hour gusts, and the first statewide warning for New Jersey, prompting a state of emergency travel ban from Sunday night to Monday noon, and school closures with no remote learning. To clear streets, the city offered emergency snow shoveling jobs at $19.14 an hour, but require extensive paperwork. Ding, 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 ding. But wait, it gets worse. I just played video from Gavin Newsom and Bernie Sanders with, I ain't had a birth certificate since I was 7. I don't even know how to go get one. That's racist. Jim Crow 2.0. I gotta have a birth certificate. Do you have a birth certificate? And she laughed in his fucking face. Yes, I have a birth certificate. I'm American. So Zohrani Mamdani, the Marani, has required extensive ID paperwork that drew online criticism from bureaucracy, especially given that the mayor's past opposition to voter ID laws. Mamdani defended the rules as federal requirements for authorization. Ain't that some shit? Ain't that what we want for voting? Ain't that what we want, those same federal requirements? Because it's important. Ain't that what we want for voting? I think that's what we want for voting. Huh? Let's look at the snow. Look at this shit. Let's look at the snow in New York. This is the snow in New York. I still don't understand why you need to have your peppers. NYC shut down by Zoran Mamdani. You better have your papers, New York. You better have your papers. Wait a minute, I just saw somebody on the street. Let's ask that motherfucker, do you got your papers? Hold on, I see somebody. Do you got your papers? Do you have your papers? Stop right now, you're under. Do you have your papers? Zoran Mamdani, the Morani said you cannot be outside without your papers. Show me your paperwork. Show me your papers. New York shut down. NYC shut down. I hope this So, NYC shut down by the Morani, Mamdani. But you need your papers. You need your papers. If you don't have your papers, you can't come outside. If you don't have your papers, you cannot come outside.
So Zoran Mamdani just issued a travel ban in New York City, shutting down the bridges, the tunnels, the streets, saying you better stay your ass in your house. Isn't that interesting? And if you do want to come outside, you got to bring your documentation, bring your papers, bring 2 pieces of ID, social security card, pictures. And the only way you can come outside is if you're working for us, you shoveling that snow. So interesting how socialism feels so much like authoritarianism. But don't worry, you'll have the warmth of collectivism to keep you comfy. So Zoran Mamdani just issued a travel ban in New York City, shutting.
Gotta love it, man. Gotta love it, man. Gotta love it, man.
Online school, no remote learning, full classic snow day.
Hello. Oh my God, Mayor.
Hi, Victoria.
Hi.
So I thought as the mayor, I wanted to call you and give you some news. We've got a full snow day tomorrow. No online school, no remote learning, full classic snow day. So my only ask to you is that you just stay safe, stay indoors during the height of the storm. Once that is passed, feel free to go out and sled. Thank you so much, Victoria.
Bye.
Bye.
So the Zoran Mamdani is happy that it's a snow day. They celebrating the snow day. That's what they doing, celebrating the snow day, but making sure that you can't come outside without your paperwork. Where's the happy news about that, huh? Where is that happy news about you can't come outside without your paper? Why don't you educate the youth?
Wow. Oh, it's getting strong here.
This is a weather report from New York shut down. Talk about it in the chat. Talk about it in the chat. Talk about it in the chat. Zoran Mamdani, the Morani, only been mayor for 5. He hasn't been mayor 90 days. Let's keep that in context. He hasn't been mayor. On what authority? He hasn't been mayor 90 days. He's already asking for these policies that are completely un-American. He hasn't been mayor 90 days. Keep that in context. He hasn't been mayor 90 days. Just so you know, he hasn't been mayor 90 days. I just want y'all to keep that in context as we go into this shit, because I don't think people even understand. He just got there 5 seconds ago. He just got there 5 seconds ago. I don't know what he's celebrating with the whole shutdown. What you celebrating, Mamdani? With the snow day? This looks like this looks like a problem. This looks like a problem to me. Let's go to my brother from another mother. This is my brother from another mother. And we love getting his opinion. Last week, I talked about, and I seen in my chat, I seen somebody say Vance Rubio. And then last week I talked about Vance Gabbard, Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi Gabbard got a new video. She's looking very presidential. I'm going to play it next. But this is my brother from another mother, Stephen A. Smith, and they're talking about Pete Buttigieg. Last week, remember I talked about Pete Buttigieg running for president based on what experience? It's almost like the president of Harvard. When that president of Harvard, that's a Pete Buttigieg. I mean, white people could be DEI too, right? Pete Buttigieg is an example of white DEI. Pete Buttigieg is an example of white DEI. So let's listen to AOC talk about Pete Buttigieg, presidential. Now keep in mind what I played to you about the changing demographics, turning more red, electoral votes and Senate and House votes all turning red, the electoral map turning red. And now listen to this opinion of Pete Buttigieg, Stephen A. Smith, Bill Maher, and Dr. Oz. Let's go, MAGA.
Democratic primary voters, 16% would support Buttigieg. That's the highest of any candidate. Pete Buttigieg.
I don't believe it.
Wait.
I think that's just a poll number. I can't see that happening.
Well, okay, but wait. 16%. Black voters, 0. 0. You don't usually see 0 anywhere. 0's low.
For who?
For Buttigieg. Explain that. I mean, why do black voters have this? I mean, he's a nice guy.
Yeah, he's under indexing a little bit with black voters. Yeah.
A little. What is that all about?
He doesn't move us. I respect the man. I've interviewed him before. Very nice man, highly intelligent. But you gotta be able to move us, bro. He doesn't move us. You can speculate as to why that is. I'm not going there. He doesn't move us.
Democratic primary.
Oh man, Pete Buttigieg, man, you got an uphill go. You got an uphill battle, man. You got an uphill battle, man. I don't even know, man. You should probably not run for president again, man. You should probably just take a look at the climate and be like, you know, you should be happy that you was governor and that you made it as far as you could during that Biden administration, man. Because you made it way further than you ever should have made it in that Biden administration. Straight up. You didn't have any skill set. It's just like that lady and who got elected to be the president of Harvard is a DEI hire. Pete, you're a DEI hire. You rode the wave. Man, you got famous, you got some money, sit your ass down, man. Pete Buttigieg, sit your ass down. Double tap hit the like button, man. Double tap hit the like button, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. I love you guys, man. Back to New York. Back to New York. Zohrani, Mamdani, the Morani shuts down New York. The Eastern Seaboard plagued by a blizzard. You now must have your papers. You cannot leave your home in New York without your papers. Zohrani, Mamdani, giving us the breakdown, the hoedown from downtown. Let's go, MAGA, let's go.
There's been this controversy over the snow laborers and the sort of what some see as onerous need to have documentation. Can you just talk about if that's new and what you make of the controversy?
This is all long-standing. This is a long-standing program and long-standing requirements, and this is a way that New Yorkers get paid to shovel snow in assistance with the city's response to a winter storm event. Federal law requires that employers get authorization and documentation to pay people for their work. We are not allowed to just cut checks to individuals for their work. And these are the policies that we've had in place, but I understand that for many, it's the first time that they've ever heard about it.
There's been this controversy over the...
Is that really an answer to the question? Did he really answer the question, y'all? Because the problem that we're having today is that he's requiring this paperwork, but I got to show you. Let's show it again, because I think it's valid, bro. I think it's valid that he's requiring this paperwork, but your Democratic leadership and you are a Democratic darling is saying they don't have it. And they would.
I don't even know where to begin. It's about proving your citizenship with a passport. Not everyone has a passport. If you, I don't know where you know where your birth certificate is? I lost that at 7. I mean, I don't even know where to begin to get it back. So these guys.
So that's one Democratic leader saying he lost his birth certificate at 7 and he doesn't even know where to get it back. Gavin Newsom said he doesn't have a birth certificate and he doesn't even know how to obtain one. So here's another Democratic leader, and he's going to say the same thing. I don't have a birth certificate and I don't even know how to get one.
No, I don't have my birth certificate. God knows how I get it.
You can't make this up. And these are not old interviews, because a lot of times people show you shit like this. No, that's brand new video of Gavin Newsom, brand new video of Bernie Sanders. Why is it new? Because they're talking about the SAVE Act. This SAVE Act fight is happening now. So this is relevant. This is relevant data for right now, today. Gavin Newsom, Bernie Sanders, on the record, I don't have a birth certificate. I don't know where to get one. I don't have a birth certificate. I don't know where to get one.
God knows how I get it. No, you're not talking about voter ID. That's the.
I don't have a birth certificate. I don't know how to get it.
But millions of people don't. I don't have my birth certificate. God knows how I get it.
Okay? Bernie Sanders, I don't have my birth certificate. God knows how I get it. One more time, Gavin Newsom. Then we're going to go to Zohrani Mamdani and his policy. Zohrani Mamdani shut down New York. He shut down New York. And you got to have your papers to come outside. Multiple papers, not just one.
It's not about that. It's about registration. It's about proving your citizenship with a passport. Not everyone has a passport. If you, I don't know you know where your birth certificate is? I lost that at 7. I mean, I don't even know where to begin to get it back.
So this is important. Now I just played video, 2 prominent Democrats, multimillionaires. So I asked earlier in the chat, how are they able to maneuver? One of my W chat said he just came back from Germany. He has to have his birth certificate because he has a passport. How are you able to maneuver? Is it because you're white or because you're wealthy? Is it because you're wealthy? Bernie Sanders is very wealthy. Gavin Newsom is very wealthy. Is that why you don't have to have a birth certificate? Please explain it to us. And why is this important? It's important because Zohrani Mamdani shut down New York. And Zohrani Mamdani is requiring the same data, the same information that these wealthy white men seem to be. It's impossible. They don't even know how to get it. It's fucking hilarious. You know what some people say? This is fucking hilarious. This is fucking hilarious. You wealthy white man Democrats say you don't even know how to get a birth certificate? Bro, that's fucking hilarious. Listen to this. That's fucking hilarious, bro. And that is the most realest time I've ever used that term in my whole life. This is actually fucking hilarious.
So Zohrani Mamdani just issued a travel ban in New York City, shutting down the bridges, the tunnels, the streets, saying you better stay your ass in your house.
So that part I left out. So number one, for the authoritarianism and socialism crowd, travel ban.
Isn't that interesting? And if you do want to come outside, you got to bring your documentation.
So travel ban, and if you do want to come outside, you got to bring the documentation that the Democratic elite say they don't even know how to get. The same Democrats who are telling you to bring it out. Don't this sound like Hunger Games? Don't this sound like a fucking movie?
Bring your papers. Bring 2 pieces of ID.
Bring 2 pieces of ID. You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up. I just played recent video of Gavin Newsom and Bernie Sanders claiming that they do not know how to obtain their birth certificates. But Democrat darling Zohrani Mamdani is requiring 2 pieces of ID. And this is recent.
I don't know you know where your birth certificate is? I lost that at 7. I mean, I don't even know where to begin to get it back.
So what happens to him in New York? What happens to you and people like you in New York? He lost his birth certificate at 7. He doesn't even know how to begin, how to get it back. He lost his birth certificate at 7. And then the mayor of New York, who has not been mayor 90 days, the brand new mayor of New York, socialist mayor, shut down travel ban, and you need 2 pieces of ID simply to move around.
So Zoran Mamdani just issued a travel ban in New York City, shutting down the bridges, the tunnels, the streets, saying you better stay your ass in your house.
Shut down the entire city. Bridges, everything. The trains are not running. Schools are closed. And there is no remote learning. But that's not all. That's not all.
Isn't that interesting? And if you do want to come outside, you got to bring your documentation, bring your papers, bring 2 pieces of ID, social security card, pictures. And the only
2 pieces of ID, social security, and pictures. Now think about, remember when I gave you the scoop and the skinny on the fraud in Minnesota? I gave you the scoop and the skinny on the fraud in Minnesota. I said the fraud in Minnesota occurred because of something called enrollment-based funding, where they were not required to do attendance based on identification, i.e. if Muhammad is supposed to be in my daycare, I need a picture of Muhammad. Not just that you said Muhammad is here, I need to see Muhammad's ID, and I need to see Muhammad is a real person and that Muhammad has been checked into class, right? So going forward, one of the changes that Trump has made so that we don't have fraud in Minnesota daycares, they now have to take attendance. They will not be paid on enrollment. They will be paid based on attendance, and that attendance must be validated by a photographic identification so that we actually know that student is real and that student is actually there. God forbid one of those students happen to be Gavin Newsom or Bernie Sanders because they don't know where the fuck their birth certificate is, and he lost it at 7. Maybe that's what it is. That's what happened in Minnesota, everybody. God damn it, I just figured it out. Everybody in Minnesota lost their ID like Gavin Newsom at 7 years old.
Not everyone has a passport. If you where I don't know you know where your birth certificate is? I lost that at 7. I mean, I don't even know where to begin to get it back.
I said how many times today you got to have a real ID to travel now. Everybody knows, how do you get your real ID, everybody? You got to go get your birth certificate. You got to get your passport to go abroad. Everybody knows, how do you get your pack? Got to go get your birth certificate, right? Gavin Newsom is a multi-millionaire worth hundreds of millions of dollars. He doesn't have his birth. Is that believable? How many people in the chat have their birth certificate? Put a 1 in the chat if you have your birth certificate. Keep in mind what I'm educating you about today. Keep in mind what the discussion is today. The discussion is Zoran Mamdani shut down New York because of a blizzard. And he is under scrutiny because he is requiring individuals to, number one, you can't go outside because there's a travel ban. School shut down in the bridges. I believe this is a test. This is only a test. This is a test of the Democratic Party. This is what this is. I believe this is a test because Zoran Mamdani hasn't been mayor that long. I think they're testing what he can do and what he will be able to put forth as far as their agenda. So we all predicted on the conservative side that they wanted to shut us down again, put us in the house again. And as soon as they get in power, look at what they did. Shut down New York. And this is different. During the last shutdown, those things weren't mandated in the same way. Like, they wanted to make you present that you got vaccinated. Somebody put it in the chat. Remember they had a vaccine ID. And the liberal Democrats like Gavin Newsom, think about the irony here. Think about the irony. Gavin Newsom was one of the people pushing all of these draconian authoritarian things during that time. He wanted people to have a vaccine ID, but this motherfucker is claiming he can't find his birth certificate. Ain't that some shit? You can't make this up. Y'all remember the vaccine ID, right? That's what the Democrats wanted to push. So now Mamdani, the Marani, shut down New York, and he wants multiple paperwork, not only to leave your home. Remember, they wanted to do that then, but he wants multiple paperwork for people to be able to shovel snow. Let's listen, because you might not believe me. I get it.
There's been this controversy over the snow laborers and the sort of what some see as onerous need to have documentation. Can you just talk about if that's new and what you make of the controversy?
This is all long-standing. This is a long-standing program and long-standing requirements, and this is a way that New Yorkers get paid to shovel snow in assistance with the city's response to a winter storm event. Federal law requires that employers get authorization and documentation to pay people for their work. We are not allowed to just cut checks to individuals for their work. And these are the policies that we've had in place, but I understand that for many, it's the first time that they've ever heard about it.
There's been this controversy.
I'm gonna listen to this one more time. I'm gonna call out something at the end that's very ironic that Democrats do a lot, and they do it without even knowing they're doing it.
Controversy over the snow laborers and the sort of what some see as onerous need to have documentation. Can you just talk about if that's new and what you make of the controversy?
This is all long-standing. This is a long-standing program and long-standing requirements, and this is a way that New Yorkers get paid to shovel snow in assistance with the city's response to a winter storm event. Federal law requires that employers get authorization and documentation to pay people for their work.
So that's something right there. Did y'all catch that? I'm gonna play it one more time, and then we're gonna break it down, because Democrats do this a lot. And this is when the terminology, the young people say, play in your face. I want to know how many people in the chat is extrapolating are you hearing what he's putting down? Like the same way I'm hearing it? Listen to this.
Get authorization and documentation to pay people response to a winter storm event. Federal law requires that employers get authorization and documentation to pay people.
This reminds me of Donald Trump and the license, where they say they don't want him to pay a fee. And this also reminds me of the voter ID and the SAVE Act, where he's saying federal law requires people to have an ID in order to pay. And it's very plain and clear, right? He doesn't have a problem with that. That's very clear to understand. The same thing the American people, over 80% of the people agree with, the federal law requiring you to have ID to vote. That's what we're talking about. How is that difficult for Democrats to understand? Let's play it one more time and let me see if you hear what I'm hearing, because that's what we want with the SAVE Act. That's what we want to stop fraud in America. The federal government requires you to have an ID in order to work and get paid, right? Very simple. That's the law. It makes sense. How can we pay you? Same thing. We require ID. Every other country in the world who has voting requires an ID. How else do we know who the fuck is voting?
With the city's response to a winter storm event. Federal law requires that employers get authorization and documentation to pay people for their work.
How far-fetched is it for federal law to require ID to vote? I swear to God, Democrats do this without knowing what they're doing. Why is it so far-fetched for federal law to require the same way? It's in the same vein of logic. It's in the same vein of logic. He said that, he answered that question like, are you an idiot? The federal law requires you to have ID so we can pay you. It makes sense when we argue the federal law should require you to have ID in order to vote. That makes perfect sense to 80% of Americans. And it seems like only a few white liberals who are so wealthy that they don't need an ID and don't know how to get birth certificate are pushing and fighting against voter ID in the SAVE Act. It's very sick. It's very sick. It's very sinister. I love exposing them. Don't you guys love exposing them? Don't you guys love exposing them? Let's continue to expose them. Let's not let up this morning. Let's continue to expose them for who they are. Social media has contrasted AOC's 2023 statement urging Biden administration to ignore Supreme Court with Donald Trump 2026 statement to comply. Let's continue to expose them. Let's continue to point out the hypocrisy. Social media posts compare Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez 2023 comment urging the Biden administration to ignore Supreme Court with Donald Trump's 2026 pledge to comply with it. The discussion referenced Scott Jennings and center on partisan contrast regarding respect for judicial authority. AOC in 2023, the Biden administration should ignore the Supreme Court. Trump in 2026, I will comply with the Supreme Court. Tell me again who actually is the fascist. So I can't make this up.
It was a big breaking news day, but
This is my job. I want to keep exposing them for who they are. I want to keep telling the truth. Zarani Mamdani has shut down New York. You cannot leave your house without papers. I wish I was lying. This is not lying. This is true. And I promise you, I think it's a test. I think New York should get prepared to be more and more lockdowns. And I'm sorry about that, but that's what you voted for.
It was a big breaking news day, but I just think we ought to acknowledge something. This is a properly functioning government today. The President of the United States, the head of the executive branch, made a policy decision. The Supreme Court, that renders legal opinions about these kinds of decisions, made a decision. They said you can't do that. The President of the United States said, okay, I agree, and I will acknowledge your decision. I am going to use a different statute to try to do what I want to do. This is properly functioning government. And I'll tell you one more thing. For every Democrat and every media person that has gone on for the last year or two about how the Supreme Court is a wholly owned subsidiary of Donald Trump, that it's not independent, that it does whatever he says to do, obviously that narrative was obliterated today. So to me, I thought the ruling was sound. I think the president is sound to try other statutes. And I think the narratives about the court not being independent and the president not obeying the court were totally blown up today.
Whoa, that MAGA! Whoa, that MAGA! That's my baby Scotty boy. That's my baby Scotty boy! Oh, Scotty boy! Oh, Scotty boy! You gonna make me take a shot of some Irish whiskey, man. You gonna make me take a shot? Take a shot! Everybody in the chat, take a shot. Let's go! Oh, Scotty boy. He said stay on him. They said stay on him in the chat. They said stay on him. I'm going to stay on him. I'm going to stay on him. We're going to keep exposing him. That's my boy, Scott Jennings. Oh, Scotty boy.
It was a big breaking news day, but I just think we ought to acknowledge something. This is a properly functioning government today. The President of the United States, the head of the executive branch, made a policy decision. The Supreme Court, that renders legal opinions about these kinds of decisions, made a decision. They said you can't do that. The President of the United States said, okay, I agree, and I will acknowledge your decision. I am going to use a different statute to try to do what I want to do.
Did y'all hear that? You hear what Scott is breaking down? It's the same thing that happened with abortion. I heard a great politician. It was actually a woman, and they were on a liberal, and she wasn't partisan, but she would explain to everybody at the table. They was having this partisan debate about abortion being struck down by SCOTUS. And she said, this is actually America working at its best and America working at its design. She said for 20 years, ever since Roe versus Wade was passed by the Supreme Court, people have been trying to get it overturned. They didn't use violence. The Republicans have been using policy. And finally, they got enough people on the Supreme Court to get it to go their way. She said, that is the way America is designed. She said, this is America working at its highest level. They didn't get it. They were all arguing, oh, abortion and this and that and this and that. She said, no, the Republicans have tried politically. And what they did is they got people on the Supreme Court, and then they got what they wanted via the Supreme Court. That's the way politics works in America. It worked the way it should work. They didn't buy it. They didn't have a protest. They didn't burn up a Tesla. Hello. Hello, Democrats, just the way policy works and how the Republicans do things. They didn't whine. They didn't cry. They did policy. They elected people to the White House. They elected people to the Supreme Court. And then they pressured those individuals to produce for them. You don't make Democrats produce for you. So Scott Jennings is saying this is a functioning government at a very high level. Donald Trump accepted the Supreme Court's ruling. Your Democrats say fight back. Donald Trump said, I accept what the Supreme Court said. I will find another way to implement my tariffs. Please listen. This is my job. I love doing my job. I'm going to stay on their neck, and I'm going to keep giving you the truth. Double tap at the like button and subscribe. My name is Perfect. This is the Perfect Timing Podcast. If you like what you're hearing, if you're being entertained, if you want to support, you can join my channel for $5 a month. I say you can support my channel for less than it costs to support a starving Somalian. I said you can support my channel, become a member for less than it costs to support a starving Somalian. 10 cents a day. That's what they used to tell us, right? 10 cents a day, 25 cents a day. You can support a starving African. You can join my channel. You can join my channel, support me, support America, or you can support a starving Somalian. Scott Jennings, everybody, on the Supreme Court decision and the effectiveness of the Donald Trump government. Double tap, hit the like button. Very happy to have you here. I love you all. Love America. America first. Let's go.
It was a big breaking news day, but I just think we ought to acknowledge something. This is a properly functioning government today.
Amen.
The President of the United States, the head of the executive branch, made a policy decision. The Supreme Court, that renders legal opinions about these kinds of decisions, made a decision. They said you can't do that. The President of the United States said, okay, I agree, and I will acknowledge your decision. I'm going to use a different statute to try to do what I want to do. This is properly functioning government. And I'll tell you one more thing. For every Democrat and every media person that has gone on for the last year or two about how the Supreme Court is a wholly owned subsidiary of Donald Trump, that it's not independent, that it does whatever he says to do, obviously that narrative was obliterated today. So to me, I thought the ruling was sound. I think the president is sound to try other statutes. And I think the narratives about the court not being independent and the president not obeying the court were totally blown up today.
Amen. So many different things he brought up there. Not only Donald Trump respecting the court's decision, but the narrative that the Trump court, the SCOTUS, had been capitulating to Donald Trump in any way because they have ruled with Donald Trump on ICE and immigration. I believe they've ruled with Donald Trump on ICE and immigration because Donald Trump is right and been doing the same things on par for the last 6 presidents. That's what I've worked hard to present to you here. Obama saying we need to be strong on the border. Clinton saying we need to be strong on the border. Hillary Clinton at Munich saying in recent days, not years ago, Hillary Clinton at Munich saying in recent days, her husband and Barack Obama deported more individuals during their tenure. That's been my job here. That's been my job, to be honest and forthright and give you the truth. Thank you, WChat. Hit the like button. #1 podcast on YouTube. It's the Perfect Timing Podcast. Let's get more deeper into some of these issues. Did you guys know we are back in the shutdown? Some of my greatest work had been done during the shutdown. Donald Trump, second shutdown last year, November, 43-day shutdown. That was the second longest shutdown in American history. That was the second longest shutdown in American history. Now the government is shut down again. Do you guys truly understand why and how we're shut down? How many people truly understand how and why we are shut down? Do you understand that they owed us a budget October 15th? The Congress, by the articles of the Constitution, is responsible for creating the budget. It was due October 15th, 2025. We never got our budget. All right, we never got our budget. The budget was due October 15th. We never got our budget. We never got our budget. So instead, the House leader put forth what they call a stopgap bill, continuing resolution. The Democrats in the Senate, for the first time in American history. No one ever talks about this. For the first time in American history, the Democratic Senate said no to a continuing resolution. That's when I started educating the American people on what a continuing resolution is, because I knew that the American people did not know what Chuck Schumer was doing, that the Democrats were lying, that they did not tell the American people that a continuing resolution basically would fund the government, give them their food stamps at the Biden levels, that the Democrats win. See, the Democrats never told the American people that a continuing resolution, the Democrats win. So there was no reason, which is why this is the first time in American history that Democrats said no to a continuing CR, to a clean CR, continue a stopgap bills. First time in American history. And Chuck Schumer said no 14 times. We said he was afraid of AOC. I've played video today proving that Chuck Schumer was afraid of AOC and being primary by the socialist left. Remember the video I played earlier today that proved Chuck Schumer was afraid of AOC? This is why your government was shut down for 43 days.
The story for tonight is actually that the Socialist Party is taking over the Democrat Party. And you know what? It was Andrew Cuomo. It was Kathy Hochul. It were the Democrats that were so afraid of their shadow, so afraid of the radical left. People like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez kept moving to satisfy them. And now they've been eaten alive.
This is what's happened, ladies and gentlemen. It's not just me saying this. You may not have heard it, but this is why your government was shut for 43 days. It was a Democratic shutdown.
The story for tonight is actually that the Socialist Party is taking over the Democrat Party. And you know what? It was Andrew Cuomo. It was Kathy Hochul. It were the Democrats that were so afraid of their shadow, so afraid of the radical left. People like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez kept moving to satisfy them. And now they've been eaten alive. So this is a lesson for the Democrat Party. They should have fought for their party. They never fought for their party. They catered to the radical left. And now we're going to see, by the way, for people who think that they're voting for affordability here with Mamdani, a guy who believes in socialism, we're going to learn the hard way in New York City what socialism is. Your taxes will go up. And if you pay property taxes, you won't be able to afford to live in your home. And if you guess what you rent, it's going to be passed on to you in the form of your rent. Mandates, fees, regulations, surcharges. We've seen it in this state, in this city under one-party rule for the last decade. It costs money. It gets passed on to you. So if you think you're going to get a free ride with Mamdani, you're going to learn the hard way.
That's why the answer to it.
The story for tonight is actually that the Socialist Party is taking over the Democrat Party. And
do y'all hear that? The story actually today, if you really want to know my true theme, if you really want to know the true theme, is that the socialist left has taken over the Democratic Party, and that truth, that MAGA had been called deplorables. They call us crazy. MAGA is crazy. That truth, MAGA, are you listening? It's finally mainstream. Something that we've known all along is finally mainstream.
the story for tonight is actually that the Socialist Party is taking over the Democrat Party. And you know what? It was Andrew Cuomo. It was Kathy Hochul. It were the Democrats that were so afraid of their shadow, so afraid of the radical left, people like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
We knew this. MAGA knew this all along. Finally, it's mainstream. This is CNN. To my MAGA brothers and sisters, my conservative Republican right, who knew the climate, who saw the writing on the wall. I reported during the Renee Good protests, I said, hey, these are not protests. These are rallies. I said, that purple-haired protester right there is recruiting for the Socialist Communist Party. He has a pamphlet. He has a clipboard. I showed you. They are recruiting for the Socialist Communist. It's not about Renee Good. The Democrats don't give a fuck about the victims. We finally saw women come out and say the Democrats don't care about the victims. It is finally mainstream. These realities that we've known on the right are finally mainstream. It's not just MAGA deplorables saying it any longer. It's not just us, but this is old news for Democrats who thought you may had a chance in November. It's too fucking late. to Democrats who thought they had a chance in November, it is too fucking late because MAGA already knew this. Let me just show, hold on. To everybody that think I'm being mean, to everybody who don't really get the electoral shit, who don't understand I'm not being mean. This is not conjecture. Let's go to the numbers. Let's go to the numbers. Let's go to the numbers. And I love you. Thank you for subscribing. I love you. I love you. I love America. America first. Most of this stuff is not even partisan. It's just fucking true.
Take into account the population mid-2025. Look at this. The biggest population growth this decade, all 5 of the states that Donald John Trump won in 2024. Texas, Florida, North Carolina, Georgia, and of course the great state of Arizona, where I spent my New Year's Eve. I love those folks out in Prescott, Arizona. These were the biggest gainers in terms of population compared to the 2020 census. Now, it's not just a red state boom. This is what we're looking at. We're looking at a red state boom here, but it is not just a red state boom. We're also looking at what I would dare call a blue state depression, because who are the people? Who and where are the people moving from into the red states? Well, they're blue states. They're blue states. Take a look here. The lowest domestic net migration this decade. All 5 of the states that were won by Kamala Harris in 2024. Look at this. California, Harris's home state. New York, where I'm coming from right now, of course. Illinois, New Jersey, and of course, the great Commonwealth of Massachusetts, which is a bastion of blue liberalism. These are the states that folks in the United States are moving away from and into the red states, which is propelling a red state boom. Now,
did you hear that? This is not just like this black MAGA conservative. This is not conjecture. This is not me. This is finally. Do you understand? He's not on my side. That's CNN. That's a liberal. That's a Democrat. He's not on my side. He is forced to agree with me finally because it is so dire for Democrats. Are you guys hearing? I don't think you're truly hearing what you should be hearing. He is not agreeing with me because he likes me. He is agreeing with the conservative perspective because it has gotten damn near untenable for Democrats. He needs to tell Democrats the truth in order for them to get excited again, because it is almost a given that they will lose and they will not win for the next 10 or 20 years. He is not agreeing with me because he likes me. He is trying to finally tell the truth because it is so sad what is going to happen in November. Do you guys understand? He's not agreeing with me because he likes me. He's not agreeing with MAGA because he likes MAGA. He's forced to tell the Democrats these truths, so hopefully the Democrats get up off their ass. But if you really listen closely, it's too fucking late. It's too fucking late.
Now, this is interesting, right? But it could also have major political ramifications if it holds for 2030, the next census. Because take a look here. If, in fact, the 2025 population shifts hold for the 2030 census, look at this. Look at the House seat shifts by state. Remember, of course, we apportion the number of House seats depending on the population in each state. If, in fact, the 2025 population shifts holds for 2030, states that Kamala Harris won, they would lose. They would lose 7 seats in the United States House.
Y'all hear that? If the population shift holds, this goes directly to the argument of my audience of why Biden opened the borders. Why Biden opened the borders. And this is Democrats. This is not fucking conservatives. This is not Fox. If you can fucking do math, now you get why they opened the borders. Can we play it again? Let's play that little part again. Let's play that little part again so people understand why they open the borders.
Because take a look here. If, in fact, the 2025 population shifts hold for the 2030 census, look at this. Look at the House seat shifts by state. Remember, of course, we apportion the number of House seats depending on the population in each state. If, in fact, the 2025 population shifts hold for 2030, states that Kamala Harris won, they would lose. They would lose 7 seats in the United States House.
Well, how do you combat this? There's no way to combat this with the existing population. The population is changing. The only way you change this is to get new fucking people. Holy shit. The only way you change this math is to get new fucking people. Remember where you heard this first. Remember where you heard this first. Because I know for a long time, when you heard these arguments from the conservative right, you didn't believe them, or you speculated that could that actually be true? Would the Democrats really do that? They have to. They were forced to open the border. These are the demographics on the ground. They knew these numbers before you seen. This is a cry for help. Do you guys understand? These numbers aren't new. These numbers you're watching, I'm showing you today, are not new. The Democrats knew this already. They're showing you now because everything they've tried to change the shit hasn't worked. The country is still leaning red. Listen, and he hasn't even got to the electoral college yet. He hasn't even got to the juicy part.
House of Representatives, the states that Donald Trump won in 2024, they would gain 7 seats. Now, this isn't just about the House of Representatives, right? It's also about the Electoral College, because the number of electoral votes that each state gets is equal to the number of senators. Each state, of course, has 2, plus the number of House seats that they have. So what would this mean for the House of Representatives? Well, if you remember back in 2024, right, it was all about, we were talking about the blue wall. If Kamala Harris could win the baseline Democratic states and then add in the blue wall states of Michigan, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, she would get to 270 electoral votes. But if all of a sudden we, in fact, have applying the 2025 estimates, the population estimates, to the Electoral College, the blue states plus the blue wall of Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin would no longer be enough. Under the current estimates, you get to exactly 270 electoral votes, the minimum needed to win the Electoral College. If, in fact, you apply the 2025 estimates, look at that. You would only get to 263 electoral votes if you were a Democrat, which would mean a Republican victory.
Say that again one more time.
And Wisconsin would no longer be enough. Under the current estimates, you get to exactly 270 electoral votes, the minimum needed to win the Electoral College. If, in fact, you apply the 2025 estimates, look at that. You would only get to 263 electoral votes if you were a Democrat, which would mean a Republican victory.
Which would mean open the fucking border. Open the fucking border! Damn, I'm good. Damn, I'm good. Woo! Broke that shit down, baby. Broke that shit down. You think this is fucking new news? It's new to you. Well, it's new to you. It ain't new to me. What's blue to you? It ain't blue to me. What's new to you? It ain't new to me. What's blue to you? It ain't blue to me. It's the first time you're seeing this. That's what's so fucking sad. It's the first time you're seeing this. That's what's so fucking sad. It's the first time you're seeing this. But I tell you that the Democrat strategists knew this. So you got to ask yourself, if you're a Democratic strategist and you're forecasting for the next several presidential elections and you have this information, what do you do? What do you do? You open the borders, ladies and gentlemen. You open the borders, ladies and gentlemen. Did y'all know this shit, man? I don't think y'all knew this shit, man. They've been doing so well at hiding this shit. And I got something else. Let's get into this, man. Because we talking about open the borders and what happened with the open borders. Let's get into this. Let's get into the Lake and Riley Act. I know a lot of my audience has wondered why I haven't spoken about it a lot. But let's get into it.
You were at the signing of this act. What does it mean as motivation in shaping the policy of the Trump administration?
Yeah, so a year ago, I was in the room when President Trump stood by Laken Riley's mother and comforted her and then signed the Laken Riley Act into law. It was the first piece of legislation he signed as he started his second term as president. And it was a promise they'd made on the campaign trail not to forget the women who have been murdered by illegal aliens who are in the country illegally. And I keep hearing you talking about we can't just round up everybody, but let's not forget how Laken Riley's killer got to Georgia. He was paroled into the United States by the Biden administration after crossing the border illegally from Venezuela. He then took a taxpayer-funded trip to New York City, where he was given a taxpayer-funded hotel room. Then he took a taxpayer-funded flight to Georgia, where he was living and working near the university. And then he attacked Laken Riley and murdered her brutally. Her head.
Some people today was talking about Kash Patel and taxpayer flights. I hope you're fucking embarrassed as I play my video today, as I do my 1-2. This is the #1 podcast on YouTube. Like, share, and subscribe. No one else is going to give you this motherfucking heat and this fire. I am holding their feet to the motherfucking fire. No one else is going to do this for you. Like, share, and subscribe. I am holding their feet to the motherfucking fire. As we talk about taxpayer flights. You know what else I talked about on my channel before? How it is that they got $50,000 a month. So now you just heard the same person who did this to Laken. If they were in New York and got a taxpayer flight to Georgia and they got benefits in both states, that's how you got these people. I never knew that Biden was the one facilitating them going state to state. Because remember I said Doge found someone getting $50,000 a month because they had went to 6 different states and applied for food stamps and benefits in 6 different states. This is the first time I'm learning that them going from state to state was paid for by your tax dollars. Y'all should be upset, man, and not at me.
You were at the signing of this act. What does it mean as motivation in shaping the policy of the Trump administration?
Yeah, so a year ago, I was in the room when President Trump stood by Laken Riley's mother and comforted her and then signed the Laken Riley Act into law. It was the first piece of legislation he signed as he started his second term as president. And it was a promise they'd made on the campaign trail not to forget the women who have been murdered by illegal aliens who are in the country illegally. And I keep hearing you talking about we can't just round up everybody, but let's not forget how Laken Riley's killer got to Georgia. He was paroled into the United States by the Biden administration after crossing the border illegally from Venezuela. He then took a taxpayer-funded trip to New York City, where he was given a taxpayer-funded hotel room. Then he took a taxpayer-funded flight to Georgia, where he was living and working near the university. And then he attacked Laken Riley and murdered her brutally. Her head was smashed in with a rock by this man while she fought off his advances for 17 minutes. I advise everyone to listen to the 911 call before she was killed by this person. So you can argue, well, there's all these people in the country who don't have a criminal record. It's like the broken windows theory of policing. You have to police it at the lowest level to avoid it escalating to a situation like this. And she is not the only one this has happened to. This has happened thousands of times throughout the country to American citizens who are supposed to be able to live in an environment where their government protects them from criminals, not enables them and gives them taxpayer-funded transportation into their communities.
Two separate issues. And what one is the suffrage that is given to people, because the idea of what you provide them is a funding and a policy argument. The idea of how you eliminate the threat that you're really worried about, which isn't just the tax money, that matters, but it's lives, right? And I think that you're making the case, Katie, for why you shouldn't be trying to just round up all of them, because broken windows doesn't apply to a misdemeanor illegal entrance. Broken windows applies to people who start with low-level crimes and move up. I think it's apples and oranges, but it doesn't matter. Is it your case? Go after the bad guys. Go after the bad guys, because that's what we want to avoid. Put your energy there.
He was
Yeah, he
who was
was
a bad guy.
No question. Should have
and
never
we
been
let him
here.
in,
Should have never been here.
Exactly. So when you say that there shouldn't be any kind of prosecution or pursuit of those who cross the border illegally, which is a crime in this country, you're enabling criminals who
No,
have
I'm not saying that.
no respect for the law to come into the country and then to go around and decide that they're going to, because they disobeyed the law before, take advantage of the fact that they're not being prosecuted and engage in this type of criminal activity, and people have been murdered as a result of it. I mean, these are all preventable. Every single one of these is preventable. The president has shut the border down. A year and a half ago, the cartels were making more money trafficking human beings, which means taking advantage of women, selling them into the sex trade, than they were making money on trafficking drugs into this country. The reason we have all of this crime throughout the country, especially in Chicago, where El Chapo's son, just in December, was finally convicted in Chicago, not in Mexico, in Chicago, for his crimes, is because the cartels are running the streets, or used to be running the streets in America. The murder rate went down 20% last year, the lowest since 1900, because we're deporting criminal aliens who are running the streets of America, and nobody wants to admit that that's the problem.
That's where you
well,
lose
look
me.
into it.
One, you want to go after them. Well, listen, I promise you, it's not about my understanding of the facts. It's about how they apply. If you want to go after Mexican cartels, that's fine. If you want to celebrate crime going down, fine. It's a 5-year trend. And the report that you guys are leaning on does not mention FBI deportation arrests. What they mention is local policing and local community efforts that has created this 5-year trend. And I'm all for it. And I'm all for the policing that you're asking for. I think it should be more that way. I thought the Lake and Riley Act was incomplete. What do you mean that you get to hold somebody who's charged with a crime like this, who's not here legally? Why don't they get thrown out? I thought the law didn't go far enough, frankly, because the majority of this country is very clear. Guys like this Venezuelan scumbag who shouldn't have been in the country and did this, everybody wants them gone. And the people who don't want them gone are not going to win elections. So I think it's about how you focus on these bad guys as opposed to casting such a wide net and saying everyone who's here illegally is a bad guy. I don't think that's true. And I don't think coming illegally makes you want to commit worse crimes. I don't think that's a thing.
Okay, well, there's plenty of data to show that illegal aliens commit higher crimes or are incarcerated at rates 5 times that of the regular American citizen. But you have data that you put up
Only
earlier
for
in
the
show
entrance.
that it disputes that.
Only for the
no,
entrance.
not for entrance. Also
not for
violent
serious crimes. Look at the Cato Clinic.
Also for serious crimes, Chris. And to your point, so on one hand, you're saying that we're casting too wide of a net. On the other hand, you're saying the Lake and Riley Act doesn't go far enough because it allows the federal government to hold illegal criminal aliens who have committed crimes like assault or shoplifting, DUI, in order to potentially deport them out of the country. So when ICE now is carrying out the mission of that act, of the law, and they're casting a wide net, then there's all this outcry that they're going too far. So which one is it? They're going too far? They're not going far enough?
Well, first of all, it's
I don't
both,
think they're
right?
going
Because
far
it depends
enough.
who you're talking about, Katie. It's not a semantic issue. It's a policy concentration issue, right? So my problem with the law
Which the Lake and Riley
why
Act
hold
holds
them?
that.
Yeah, the Lake and Riley
Well,
Act.
would
Why
you
hold
prefer that
them?
they
Get rid
had
of
no
them.
due
They're not even
process?
supposed to be here. But the due
They've tried
process
to do
works two
that
different
with people
ways.
like the Maryland man.
I know.
The Maryland man who was a human trafficker. They tried to deport him, and you have Democrats flying to El Salvador to get him back. So that doesn't work
And
out
I think
in terms
that was
of
a
the policies
terrible
that
look
Democrats
politically.
want.
I think they paid the price for it. And I don't know that they learned the lesson yet, but that was a really bad look. I'm with you on that. Said it on the show every night.
Minnesota, they have not learned. They have not learned the lesson at all. In fact, they are defending.
Well, but see, Minnesota
not
is
just
different.
people
Minnesota,
who you think have committed no crime. They're defending the most violent criminals. That's what ICE's mission is. I keep hearing all about ICE isn't trained.
but
they don't
that's
have
not
enough
who they're
training.
rounding up.
You're right. They don't. They. Yes, that's exactly who they're rounding up. Do you see the photos?
No,
with
they're not.
The
Look at the
mugshots
graph.
and
the ratio.
The graph.
Yeah, they're
I'm
getting
looking at
bad
the
guys, but the
mugshots of
ratio
the guys that
is
they
like
are
50%.
releasing.
Yeah, they're getting some bad guys.
ratio.
Getting some bad guys.
Okay, so
the ratio is not good.
That's exactly what
and
their
I think
mission
that
is.
how you round them up matters.
What do you mean they're?
That's
what
why
do you
people
mean
are pissed
their
off.
ratio is not good? You think?
Look at
what do you mean
the
their
graph.
ratio is not good? So do you expect?
Look at the graph.
That
The
when,
red The
Okay,
red is
I
no
can see the
charges or
graph.
convictions. The blue is who you said you're going after.
Okay, so so this is the way this works, because it's a sanctuary state and a sanctuary city within that they're working in. They are not just going into jails where they are looking for those who have charges or convictions and transferring them peacefully and not in public. They are going into places where they happen to find other people who are in the country illegally, and they are not allowed to ignore the law and allow people who are not here illegally, as Tom Homan talked about today, to just go free. They have an obligation to arrest everybody. So if you want fewer arrested people who haven't been convicted of a crime yet, like the guy who hadn't been convicted of a crime before he murdered in cold blood, Laken Riley, then you can make that argument. But then you can say they absolutely have to transfer all these criminals inside of prisons, so ICE isn't out, as you would say, catching all these other people who have committed the crime of coming into the country illegally, which is what people voted for. And the majority of the country, in terms of polling, shows that most people want deportations of everyone who's here illegally, not just who you would deem someone who is qualified for deportation based on the heinous crime they've already committed, instead of doing it before they commit those crimes.
But again, you're making this assumption that if you came into the country illegally, you're going to commit worse crimes. I don't think the data shows that. I don't think our experience shows that. But it doesn't really matter. The majority of the country is absolutely invested in getting people that present a danger to us who aren't here legally out. So they have the mandate. It's about how they do that job, and we'll see how it goes going forward. And you and I can talk about it every night if you want.
I don't agree that the country, I think he's being facetious. I think there are a lot of us who understand the need, but for him to assume that, why was there protests in Minnesota? Why is he laughing? 2 people died in Minneapolis. Hundreds of thousands of people protested across the country. Why the fuck would you say that? That's bullshit.
Okay, well, I would love to talk to you about it again, but I would make the case that when people come into the country illegally and the first thing they do is break our laws, it's fair to assume that they are dangerous and willing to continue to break laws. And I think it.
I love that. One more time, everybody. One more time, because that's just common sense. When you come into our country illegally and break the law, it is fair to assume that they will continue to break the law.
The country is absolutely invested in getting people that present a danger to us who aren't here legally out. So they have the mandate. It's about how they do that job, and we'll see how it goes going forward. And you and I can talk about it every night if you want.
Okay, well, I would love to talk to you about it again, but I would make the case that when people come into the country illegally and the first thing they do is break our laws, it's fair to assume that they are dangerous and willing to continue to break laws. And I think it does matter. I think Laken Riley's life mattered. I think Rachel Morin's life mattered. I think that the long list of women who have been murdered.
I don't have to be evil.
You just said it doesn't matter.
I don't have to be evil or no. I don't believe I have to be evil or immoral to see a distinction between someone who commits a misdemeanor by making a desperate decision to come across this border illegally and a murderer. I don't think they're the same people. They don't have to be the same people. That's my point. I'm not saying the people who did this aren't bad.
Well,
Obviously, they're bad.
I would rather prevent people from coming into the country illegally and risking the chance that could happen when it's completely preventable. And we know this because the president has shut the border down, and President Biden let in millions of military-aged males from countries that are failed states to prey on young women in our communities. And I'm not okay with that. It's a shame that you are.
Let's put a 1 in the chat if you agree with the Lincoln Riley Act. Put a 1 in the chat. He's saying I don't believe he thinks it's a big deal. Over the weekend, Mexico blew the fuck up. Over the weekend, Mexico blew the fuck up. Let me tee up this video because he trying to downplay this immigration. Let me show you again. I got to do my job to expose him. I got to expose the left. Let me show you again why this immigration is not a fucking joke. This is not the Mexican army. Over the weekend, the Mexican army took out 2 major leaders of the cartel. This is not the Mexican army, but the infamous and brutal cartel named Jalisco New Generation Cartel, whose leader is El Mencho. This is crazy, as this cartel wasn't even that big compared to the Sinaloa or Los Zetas, and now they have military-grade equipment. All right. I just want to show you this because he's trying to downplay what took place. These are the people they opened the border. Imagine this being right across the border and Biden opened the fucking border. How do you feel about that now? This is not the Mexican army. This is the cartel that operates directly across the border, and Biden opened the border. They calling out his name, and then you see on the side, CJN, that is the Centinela cartel. This is not the Mexican army. They have the equipment and they have the badging, the branding, bulletproof level 4 vehicles, and on the side they have the cartel branded. You might think this is an official vehicle, right? You would think that criminals would not be as brazen as to put their logo on the side of the vehicle. No, that CJN, that is the cartel's logo. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know. He's trying to, Chris Cuomo trying to downplay shit. You don't open the border if this is across the fucking border. You secure the border. You secure the border, and it's secure now. All new vehicles. How are you guys looking at what I'm looking at? These are all brand new Ford F-150s that are fully armored. Where are they getting this stuff? These are brand new vehicles. This ain't old. You would think, oh, cartel, they gonna have some old jalopies, right? They can't get stuff like this, right? Brand new Ford F-150s, level 4 bulletproof. These are not old cars. These are not old guns. The one thing I'm looking at here that is bothering me the most is that these are all brand new level 4 vehicles. I don't give a fuck where they're made. Why do they have them at this level and capacity? Look how long it goes down. Look how long it goes down. So whenever they doing ICE protests, they should show the kids this. Whenever they saying fuck ICE and all that bullshit, you should show them this. I think I want ICE. I think I want ICE. Yeah. I think I like ICE. Yeah, fuck that. Yeah, I think I like ICE. I think I want to back ICE. Y'all want to watch it again? Let's watch it again. I think I support ICE after watching that motherfucking video. Huh? How many people after watching that video say, thank you, ICE? How many people after watching this video say, thank you, ICE, for your services? You are great men. Thank you, ICE. Huh? How many people? Huh? I think I want ICE. Who wants some ICE in the chat? I am reporting over the weekend, Mexican army has killed the leader, El Moncho, of the Jaliscan cartel. This is the Jaliscan cartel right now we're looking at. This is not the Mexican army. This is the cartel. And right now, there is a war in Mexico, and they have shut down all travel in Mexico.
Señor Mencho. Pura gente, señor Mencho. Señor Mencho. Pura gente, señor Mencho. ¡Pura gente del señor Mencho! ¡Pura gente del señor Mencho! ¡Pura gente del señor Mencho! ¡Pura el señor de los gallos! ¡Arriba, señor Mencho! ¡Arriba, señor Mencho! ¡Arriba, señor Mencho! ¡Arriba, señor Mencho! ¡Pura Grupo Lee! ¡Pura Grupo Lee! ¡Pura gente del señor Mencho! ¡Pura gente del señor Mencho! ¡Grupo Lee! ¡Y pura gente del señor Mencho! ¡Grupo Lee! ¡Grupo Lee!
Mexican army kills leader of powerful Jalisco New Generation cartel during operation to capture him. When you saw the acronym on the car, did everybody see the acronym that was on those armored vehicles? The acronym on the armored vehicles, fair use, brought to you by the AP. It says New Generation NGC. It said JNGC. Y'all remember the acronym on the side of those vehicles? Remember, I said these are not police. This is not the Mexican army. This is not the Mexican police. This is the cartel who is so brazen that they put their branding on the side of their vehicles. What you just saw was a video. Let me bounce back and forth. This is a video right here. What I'm showing you is video from a cartel operation. This is not army, this is not police, right? When you see this CJNG, when you see that CJNG, what you're seeing is the Jalisco Generation Cartel. That is their name. Jalisco Generation, New Generation Cartel. That is their branding. That is their branding. The Mexican army killed the leader of the Jalisco New Generation Cartel, Nemiso Ruben, I don't know, El Mancho. That's his name, El Mancho. Decapitating what had become Mexico's most powerful drug cartel. Now, keep in mind, from my research today, El Mancho was the most wanted criminal in the world. According to everything that I've read, El Mancho was the most wanted criminal in the world. He was killed over the weekend. Mexico was going crazy. There's an internal conflict and war in Mexico right now. He was killed by the Mexican army. Trump praised him for doing such a good job. That's what we're talking about right now as we discuss the Lincoln-Riley Act. Isn't this a hell of a segue? Isn't this a hell of a segue from the Lincoln-Riley Act that I educate the people? Let's go from Lincoln-Riley to El Mancho being murdered. Basically two leaders of the cartel were murdered over the weekend. Not just one. Multiple cartel leaders were taken, captured, unalived over the weekend. Now we have a war in Mexico, and all flights to Mexico have been shut down. If you had a vacation to Mexico, it's shut down. No flights to Mexico because of this. The Mexican army killed the leader of the Jalisco New Generation Cartel. His name is El Mencho on Sunday, decapitating what had become Mexico's most powerful drug cartel and thrusting swaths of the nation into chaos. The drug lord was the Mexican government's biggest prize yet to show the Trump administration in its efforts to crack down on the cartels. And his death was met with a forceful reaction from the cartel, known by its Spanish initials CJNJ, known for its Spanish initials CJNJ, CJNJ. Are you guys with me? Are you guys with me? CJNJ. Are you guys with me? Huh? The drug lord, hold on, you know what? I'll let you guys watch this while I read that. I'll let you guys watch this while I read that. The drug lord was the Mexican government's biggest prize yet to show the Trump administration in its efforts to crack down on the cartels. Cars burned out by the cartel members blocked roads at more than 250 checkpoints in 20 Mexican states. Authorities said and left smoke billowing in the air. Jalisco's capital, Guadalajara, was turned into a ghost town Sunday night as civilians hunkered down. School was canceled Monday in several states. Authorities in Jalisco, Macaran, and Juanito reported at least 14 dead, including 7 National Guard troops. El Muncho was wounded in an operation to capture him Sunday in Talapaya, Jalisco, about 2-hour drive southwest of Guadalajara, and he died while being flown to Mexico City. The Defense Department said in a statement that the state is in the base of the cartel known for trafficking huge quantities of fentanyl and other drugs to the United States. Double tap, hit the like button. During the operation, troops under fire and killed 4 people at the location. 3 more people, including Cervantes, were wounded and later died. The statement said 2 others were arrested in armored vehicles. Rocket launchers and other arms were seized. I'm playing video of the armored vehicles and rocket launchers now. 3 members of the armed forces were wounded and receiving medical treatment. A Jalisco state official who requested anonymity because they were not authorized to speak publicly said a member of the National Guard died in the battle during the operation. 6 other National Guard members died in the other Zapopan beside Guadalajara. A jail guard was killed at lockup in Puerto Vallarta. When prisoners rioted and an agent from the Jalisco State Prosecutor's Office was killed in Guadalajara, details were not immediately available. Shit is hitting the fan in Mexico. White House Press Secretary Karen Leavitt said via X that the U.S. government provided intelligence and support for the operation. El Mencho was a top target for the Mexican and United States government as one of the top traffickers of fentanyl into our homeland. Double tap, hit the like button, Patriot podcast. Ever since President Claudia has been in power, the army has been way more confrontational, combative against criminal groups in Mexico, said David Mora, analyst for the International Crisis Group in Mexico. This is signaling to the U.S. that if we keep cooperating, sharing intelligence, Mexico can do it. We don't need U.S. troops on Mexican soil. Put 1 in the chat if you agree with that. After looking at this video and after hearing what I'm telling you today, do you believe Mexico has the capability to get rid of the cartels? They haven't done it so far. Do you believe they do? The killing of the drug lord set off several hours of road blockades with burning vehicles, tactics commonly used by cartels to block military operations. Video circling on social media shows smoke billowing over the tourist city of Puerto Vallarta and Jalisco. That's why I say no vacations. No vacations. Your flights are shut down. Vacations are canceled. Mexico is in a fucking shitstorm. And people sprinting through the airport of the state's capital in fucking panic. Are y'all guys with me? Are y'all guys with me? Air Canada announced it was suspending flights to Puerto Vallarta due to an ongoing security situation and advised customers not to go to the airport. A number of Mexican international airlines also canceled flights. in Guadalajara, burning vehicles, block roads, and businesses shuttered just months before Mexico's second largest city is scheduled to host matches during this summer's Soccer World Cup. The U.S. State Department warned U.S. citizens in Jalisco, Tamaulipas, Macron, Guerrero, Nuevo Leon states to remain in safe places due to security operations. Canada's embassy in Mexico warned citizens in Puerto Vallarta to shelter in place and generally to keep a low profile while in Jalisco. Cuomo, what the fuck are you talking about? I don't think the Democrats know what they're talking about. Jalisco Governor Pablo Lemus told residents to stay at home, suspending public transportation. Schools have been closed. And this is still an ongoing situation. U.S. had offered up to $15 million for its capture. Did you guys know that Biden put $25 million on Maduro's head? Biden put $25 million on Maduro's head. The U.S. State Department had offered a reward of up to $15 million for information leading to the arrest of El Mencho. The Jalisco New Generation Cartel is one of the most powerful and fastest growing criminal organizations in Mexico and began operating around 2009. In February 2025, the Trump administration designated the cartel as a foreign terrorist organization. This is the news. This is the news. Who else is bringing you the news like this? Who else is bringing you the news like this? So please be careful. There's no travel to Mexico right now. I'm with Trump. We are in support of the Mexican-American government. I don't know if we would get this level of cooperation, if we didn't have Trump. I don't think we would have got this level of cooperation if we didn't have Trump. And I'm just so happy, and I'm just so proud of Trump, for everything he's done for us so far. Yeah, man, real proud of the president, man. I don't think Mexico would be doing this. I don't think countries around the world would be doing the trade agreements, lowering drug prices. Federal forces carried out an operation in Talapaya a few hours ago, which has led to clashes in the area. Also a result of said operation in various points of the region and other parts of Jalisco, individuals have burned and blocked vehicles with the aim of hindering actions. I have given the instruction to immediately establish the security coordination table with authorities from all three levels of government and to activate red code order to prevent acts against the population. This is the Jaliscan governor I told you about, Pablo Lemus. I am currently leading the security table, which will be in a permanent session. This is the leader. Let's go to some video. So we're watching video of the cartel setting cars on fire, creating blockades. Isn't this eerily reminiscent of Minnesota Ice Watch tactics? I got y'all. I'm not even showing y'all the video, my bad. Let me show y'all the video, my bad. Isn't this eerily similar to Minnesota Ice Watch tactics, the way they block the road to impede investigations and productivity? Isn't it funny the same way Minnesota Ice Watch would block ICE, right? You have the cartels blocking the roads. Damn, irony is thick this morning, man. Isn't the irony thick? I can't make this up. Isn't it ironic? Isn't it ironic, though? The tactics that the cartel is using are the same tactics that Minnesota Ice Watch used against our federal government. Man, you can't make this up, bro. Can't make this up, bro. Can't make this up, bro. So just giving my people some real information, man, to keep you safe. Giving out people real information, because I know, including my family, had plans to go vacation in Mexico, even including my family. So all right now flights, and then some people may have family members who are currently on vacation in Mexico right now. I pray for them, and I pray they get out. I pray for them, and I pray they get out. Right. So I just this the type of news I love to do, because I love to help people. I love to help my audience. You know what I'm saying? And I want my audience to be educated on things like this. I hate for you to find out when it's too late, when you're already in the country, and now it's again, just to tee up the video, these is the cartel response to El Mencho being unalived.
¿Ya aprendieron? ¡Sute! La verga, puras 4 letras, hijos de puta madre, a la verga. Prendidos a la verga, putos, mira. ¿Ya aprendieron? ¡Sute! La verga, puras 4 letras, hijos de puta madre, a la verga.
So all over the city. In my report, if you were listening earlier, you heard me report 250. You heard me report 250 cases. Mexico in chaos. El Mencho killed. Cartel retaliates by burning roadblocks. So you heard me. In my reporting, I reported 250. 250 is what I'm reporting. 250 of these blockade style burnings, similar to ICE, similar to Minnesota Ice Watch when they were blocking the federal government. Again, this is the Perfect Summer Podcast. Double tap at the like button. We're talking to you about Mexican army has taken out the leader of the New Generation Cartel and several other cartel members, throwing Mexico into a civil war, stopping travel into Mexico. Double tap at the like button. Let's keep going.
Was killed during a military operation. Mexico's most powerful drug kingpin was killed during a military operation. Mexican officials say criminal groups burned cars and trucks to block roads across the country. The State Department is warning Americans to shelter in place. ABC's Melissa Dunn is near the border tonight.
Explosions erupting across Puerto Vallarta tonight. Black smoke seen rising over the resort city on Mexico's Pacific coast. Mexico's military forces launching a daring operation to capture cartel leader Ruben N., known as El Mencho. Multiple cars on fire in the streets. Mexican officials say during their operation, military personnel were attacked. Several cartel members were killed, including El Mencho, the head of the New Generation Jalisco cartel, who died while airlifted to a hospital in Mexico City. Mexican authorities say the United States provided complimentary information for their operation. A U.S. defense official telling ABC News Northcom provided information for the raid. The violence forcing the Puerto Vallarta airport to suspend all flights. This stranding many U.S. citizens trying to get home.
Yeah, I mean, at first we were like, what's going on? And then, then you find out, hopefully they lift the ban and we're able to go out.
Border cities like Tijuana are now reporting criminal activity, and the State Department is telling U.S. citizens in impacted areas in Mexico to shelter in place. Lindsay?
Melissa, thank you.
Shelter in place, y'all. And I just played this at the debate because he talking about we just came from the Lincoln-Riley Act. Let's go to Trump and the Angel families. Because Trump is the greatest president. President Trump hosted a powerful event honoring angel families who lost loved ones at the hands of illegal alien criminals. Double tap at the like button. This ain't just conjecture. See, I have a motive. I have a motive to my. I have a. What's the fucking way they say that shit? I forgot how they say it, man. But there's a reason why I do the things I do the way I do them and the way I do them, and the timing is called perfect timing podcast. So I played that for you because I wanted to set you up for this. That's called a 1-2 knockout punch. It's called a 1-2 knockout punch. Donald Trump hosted an event for the Angel families. Angel families. Hashtag Angel families in the chat. Double tap at the like button. Donald Trump, the greatest president ever, who lost loved ones at the hands of illegal criminals. Shout out to the Laken Riley. Rest in peace, Laken Riley and the Laken Riley Act. Thank you, Donald Trump. And deadly drugs. But CNN refused to cover even 1 second of it. That's because CNN doesn't care about the victims. Didn't I say that here? Didn't I say that here? Allison Phillips, whose daughter, 22-year-old Laken Riley, was unalived by an illegal alien while she was out for a run. Huh? If you live that nightmare, you understand the importance of the job POTUS is doing. Double tap, hit the like button. So proud of you, Trump. So proud of, rest in peace. My prayers are with this family, with this mother. God bless you. God rest Lincoln's soul. Amen. And prayers and blessings and prayers. Angel families, hashtag Trump. Let's go.
I think that a lot of people feel like that President Trump is maybe different than the version I've gotten to know. And I just can't thank you enough. You have said from the beginning, literally the day after this happened, that you would not forget about Laken. You weren't president at that time, and you have not forgotten. You have fought a fight that most people would not want to have to fight. Most people wouldn't. They would just say it's just easier not to do this. And President Trump you are doing a thankless job that most people just wouldn't do. And I just can't thank you enough. There are just not enough words to say. Because if you've lived the nightmare that we have lived, you understand the importance of the job that he's doing and securing our nation and fighting for our families, because this could be any family. This happened to my family. This could be any one of your families. And Laken was the most responsible, hardworking, kind, selfless, beautiful Christian. And she wasn't somebody that put herself in bad positions. She didn't make bad choices. She was just a good girl. And she just wanted to go for a run that morning after she'd gotten up at 4 o'clock the morning before to decorate her roommate's door for her birthday. And she did everything for everyone else. She expected nothing in return. She just wanted to be a good friend and a good sister and a good daughter and a hardworking nurse. She was working so hard for. And I'm beyond blessed and thankful that you're honoring not just Laken, because she's one in a ton of people that have suffered at the hands of illegal immigrants. She's not the only one. And so thank you for honoring all of them, not just Laken.
Thank you, President Trump. Let me read something. Thank you, President Trump. Great president, great man. President Trump signed the Lincoln-Riley Act into law on January 29th, 2025 as a key part of his second-term immigration agenda. The act mandates that federal detention of illegal immigrants who are charged or convicted of offenses such as theft, burglary, larceny, or shoplifting, aiming to enhance public safety. Key details regarding the law. Purpose: The law is designed to prevent violent criminals and individuals in the U.S. illegally from being released to the American communities after being charged with crimes. Key provision: it requires U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, to detain illegal aliens who commit theft, burglary, larceny, shoplifting, or assault on a law enforcement officer. This is details I'm giving you right now of the Lincoln Riley Act. As we check out the Angel Family's video, double tap, hit the like button. You're watching the Perfect Timing Podcast. The act ensures states have standing to bring civil actions against federal officials who fail to enforce these immigration laws. Background: named after 22-year-old nursing student Laken Riley, who was murdered in Georgia, the legislation passed with bipartisan support, making a significant shift in immigration enforcement policy. The act was the first bill of President Trump's second term to be signed into law, reflecting a major push for stricter, broader security and enhanced deportations. Double tap at the like button. Double tap at the like button. Personal Podcast with the blast, backing it out with a dash. Lincoln Riley mom talking about thanking Trump at the Angel Family's presentation.
That most people just wouldn't do. And I just can't thank you enough. There are just not enough words to say. Because if you lived the nightmare that we have lived, you understand the importance of the job that he's doing and securing our nation and fighting for our families, because this could be any family. This happened to my family. This could be any one of your families. And Laken was the most responsible, hardworking, kind, selfless, beautiful Christian. And she wasn't somebody that put herself in bad positions. She didn't make bad choices. She was just a good girl. And she just wanted to go for a run that morning after she'd gotten up at 4 o'clock the morning before to decorate her roommate's door for her birthday. And she did everything for everyone else. She expected nothing in return. She just wanted to be a good friend and a good sister and a good daughter and a hardworking nurse. She was working so hard for. And I'm beyond blessed and thankful that you're honoring not just Laken, because she's one in a ton of people that have suffered at the hands of illegal immigrants. She's not the only one. And so thank you for honoring all of them, not just Laken. And we're just beyond grateful. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, President Trump. Thank you, President Trump. Rest in peace. God bless that family, the Riley family. And thank you for that Lincoln Riley Act.
Mexico's most powerful drug kingpin was killed during a military operation. Mexican officials say criminal groups burned cars and trucks to block roads across the country. The State Department is warning Americans to shelter in place. ABC's Melissa Dunn is near the border tonight.
Explosions erupting across Puerto Vallarta tonight. Black smoke seen rising over the resort city on Mexico's Pacific coast. Mexico's military forces launching a daring operation to capture cartel leader Ruben N., known as El Mencho. Multiple cars on fire in the streets. Mexican officials say during their operation, military personnel were attacked. Several cartel members were killed, including El Mencho, the head of the new generation Jalisco cartel, who died while airlifted to a hospital in Mexico City. Mexican authorities say the United States provided complimentary information for their operation. A U.S. defense official telling ABC News Northcom provided information for the raid. The violence forcing the Puerto Vallarta airport to suspend all flights. This stranding many U.S. citizens trying to get home.
Yeah, I mean, at first we were like, what's going on? And then, then you find out, hopefully they lift the ban and we're able to go out.
Border cities like Tijuana are now reporting criminal activity, and the State Department is telling U.S. citizens in impacted areas in Mexico to shelter in place. Lindsay?
Melissa, thank you.
So that's why we talking about.
Mexico's most powerful drug kingpin was.
That's why we talking about this Lincoln Riley Act, because this over the weekend, these tactics have shut down the travel, and we want to make sure all of our family members are safe. We want to make sure all of our family members are safe, right? We want to make sure all of our family members are safe, and that's why we spreading this news. That's why we spreading this news. Now, something else that happened over the weekend, I think is very important, is there was an attempt on Donald Trump's life at Mar-a-Lago, and not a lot of news. Not a lot of news. But there was a failed assassination attempt. How many assassination attempts is that on our president so far? Even before he became president, you guys remember they shot him in the ear, and I reported they just sentenced the guy at the golf course. Remember there was another assassin at the golf course? He just got sentenced to 35 years. I reported that, and so there was there were a couple assassination attempts of Donald Trump before he became president. Someone died that day. Remember that day that Donald Trump was shot in the ear? Someone actually died that day. Donald Trump was shot in the ear. A doctor actually lost his life that day. And then there was another assassination attempt at the golf course. That gentleman just got sentenced. And over the weekend, there was what appears to be another attempt on the president's life. And I'm playing that video now. Here, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessick reacts to the failed assassination attempt on Trump at Mar-a-Lago. Purpose of my podcast, double tap, hit the like button. I don't know if you heard about this. Let's get into it.
Washington at 1:30 a.m. last night.
Good morning, Maria, and good to be with you. I just spoke with President Trump. He spent the night in D.C. He was here for the National Governors Conference, gave a great speech to the governors last night. And, Maria, I just want to say, why don't we look back here and think two would-be assassins dead, one in jail for life, and this venom coming from the other side. Look at this terrible, profane Senate commercial in Illinois. I would call for them to take that down. Take that down, because it is that kind of venom that we don't know whether this person was a mastermind, unhinged, or what, but they are normalizing this violence. It's got to stop. I want to congratulate Sean Curran and the Secret Service for protecting the president and his family.
And how is it possible that this individual could have gotten as close as he did to Mar-a-Lago last night?
For anyone who's driven along there, the perimeter is very very protected. So we'll see. I don't know whether did he come along the beach? Did he? I don't know, but I can tell you the Secret Service is running so much better now than it was in Butler. New leadership, and President Trump and his family, they're safe, but they shouldn't have to endure attempt after attempt.
And Secretary, will there be any further changes in terms of the president's security, the security at Mar-a-Lago post this incident?
Yeah, Maria, I'm not going to discuss that on TV, but I think the perimeter around the president is as strong as it's ever been. But again, this existential threat, this venom from the left, really has to stop. They've normalized this violence.
Straight up. I agree. I believe the left has normalized the violence, and no president has ever had to live like this, man. Even if going back to Barack Obama, I know a lot of you might point to Barack Obama. I don't remember this many attempts on Barack Obama's life, and Barack Obama never was shot. President Trump actually was shot in the ear and someone died. I am reporting that an assassin attempt to take out the president over the weekend, and he was taken out at Mar-a-Lago. He was shot by Secret Service and police. over the weekend, another assassination attempt on our president, Donald Trump, foiled by Secret Service and police, being reported to you here on the Purpose of a Podcast. First time, breaking news.
Us this morning. And Mr. Secretary, thank you for joining us. We had planned to have you on this program to discuss tariffs, but let me first begin with your reaction. Do you know if President Trump was in Washington at 1:30 a.m. last night?
Good morning, Maria, and good to be with you. I just spoke with President Trump. He spent the night in D.C. He was here for the National Governors Conference, gave a great speech to the governors last night. And, Maria, I just want to say, why don't we look back here and think two would-be assassins dead, one in jail for life, and this venom coming from the other side. Look at this terrible, profane Senate commercial in Illinois. I would call for them to take that down. Take that down, because it is that kind of venom that we don't know whether this person was a mastermind, unhinged, or what, but they are normalizing this violence. It's got to stop. I want to congratulate Sean Curran and the Secret Service for protecting the president and his family.
And how is it possible that this individual could have gotten as close as he did to Mar-a-Lago last night?
For anyone who's driven along there, the perimeter is very very protected. So we'll see. I don't know whether did he come along the beach? Did he? I don't know, but I can tell you the Secret Service is running. They are so much better now than it was in Butler. New leadership, and President Trump and his family, they're safe, but they shouldn't have to endure attempt after attempt.
And Secretary.
Let's break it down, y'all. Let's break it down. Attempt number 6, Mar-a-Lago. Did y'all notice? Attempt number 6. Let's break it down. Double tap at the like button. You're watching Number One Podcast. Attempt number 6, Mar-a-Lago, February 22nd, 2026, 1:30 a.m. Austin Tucker Martin, 21 years old, drives through the gate armed with a shotgun and petrol canister. Secret Service shot him dead at the scene. His cousin said he was quiet, afraid of guns, and from a family of Trump supporters. U.S. Secret Service agents and Palm Beach County law enforcement shot and killed an armed man who unlawfully entered the secure perimeter at President Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate in South Florida on Sunday morning. The Secret Service said the president and the first lady were at the White House in Washington, D.C. at the time of the incident. Trump was briefed on the incident Sunday morning at White House, officials told CNN. Just getting you some more background. The incident comes amid a backdrop of heightened political violence in the U.S. In the July 2024, Trump survived an assassination attempt while campaigning for a second term in Pennsylvania. Another man who planned to assassinate the president at his Florida golf course in September 2024 was sentenced this month to life in prison. It's like they read in my mind. I just told you guys that. Political violence has targeted Republican and Democrat figures alike. Last summer, Minnesota House Speaker Melissa Hortman, Democrat, and her husband were shot and killed, and conservative activist Charlie Kirk was fatally shot in September. Double tap, hit the like button, just going over the latest news. Going over the latest news. Breaking news, another assassination attempt at Mar-a-Lago. Police and Secret Service take him out. I think that's the last of the. You would think it would be more. You would think it would be more on our president, but it's not. You would think they would care more about them trying to take out our boy, but they don't. So y'all, earlier I was talking about the shutdown. And this is something that I love. Earlier, I talked to you about the shutdown, right? So did you guys know 43 days TSA agents didn't get paid, right? And now they're not getting paid again. It's sad. Fucking sad that the Democrats keep using them. But you know what? Some people, you get tired of being fucking somebody's fucking floor mat, right? You get tired of being a fucking floor mat. I know it. I know how it feels, TSA. This is how black Democrats felt before Brexit. Shout out to Candace Owens, Charlie Kirk, rest in peace. You get tired of being a fucking walking mat. TSA ends VIP escorts for Congress during DHS shutdown. The TSA suspended courtesy escorts for members of Congress as the partial DHS shutdown, now in its second week since February 14, forces officers to focus on screening all passengers. The move stems from partisan dispute, with Democrats pushing for major ICE reforms and Republicans calling it unnecessary theater since ICE funding runs through 2028. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem highlighted unpaid TSA workers still reported for duty, while other cutbacks like pause global entry processing aim to prioritize everyday travelers amid minimal disruption so far. So TSA agents have said, we're not going to take your shit no more. And I love it. TSA agents have said, I'm not taking your shit no more. Democrats, if you're not going to pay me, and the Congress continues to get paid. Think about this. Jasmine Crockett still gets her paycheck. AOC still gets her paycheck. Well, TSA agents have said, if you guys are going to get paid and you're not going to fight to make sure that we get paid and our families don't fucking suffer, you're not getting escorts anymore. How many people agree with TSA agents saying, fuck Congress, you're not getting your private fucking escort no more? Since you don't think it's so important for us to get paid, TSA agents say, we don't give a fuck about you and your escorts. Just in, instead of suspending pre-check, TSA has suspended escorts for members of Congress through the airport security since the Democrats shut down DHS. They're now forced to wait in line with everybody else. Hit the like button. Y'all like it? I love it. Y'all like it? I love it. I love it. TSA ain't taking their shit. And this is non-partisan. You know, today I've been saying a lot of the things I presented have been not partisan, but fucking true. I said a lot of this stuff I'm presenting today is not even partisan. It's just fucking true. Courtesy escorts, such as those for members of Congress, have been suspended to allow officers to focus on the mission of securing American skies. How you like them apples, Miss Crockett? How you like them apples? I'm so proud of the TSA. I'm so proud of the TSA. I'm so proud of them. That is a nonpartisan way to push back on the Democratic Congress for shutting down the government and not thinking that they deserve to get a paycheck. I love you, TSA.
Hi, everybody. Christine Noem. I'm here at the Reagan International Airport, and I'm just dropping off my husband, who's headed back to South Dakota. But I wanted to talk to all of you about these TSA workers who are here today, not getting paid, but making sure that people can fly safely. Democrats in Congress have chosen not to fund the Department of Homeland Security, which means everybody here at our airports that works for TSA is not getting paid, but they're still showing up to work. It's been pretty hard on them financially. We're going to talk to a few of them about what this happens to their families, how they can't pay their bills when they still have to show up to work and they don't have money in their paychecks coming to pay their bills. So we'll chat with them. But if you see a TSO, an officer that's working security in the airport today, thank them. Thank them for putting your safety first and making sure that you can get home safely to your family. Hi, everybody. Christine Noem. I'm here at the...
So thank you for your service to the TSA agents that are still there doing their job. And I love it that you decide to not just take the shit laying down. TSA agents still at work doing their job, but instead they have decided, since they are not getting paid, they are no longer giving the Congress, Democrat and Republican, private escorts through security. They don't have to wait in line with the public. So now the public can ask questions and ask them, why do you have the government shut down? And why did you not make provisions, or why did you not give your salary up? You know what I asked during the government shutdown? Why didn't any of the Democrats give up their salary? Why didn't Jasmine Crockett donate her salary? Why didn't AOC donate her salary? Why didn't Hakeem Jeffries donate his salary? Because he still got paid during the shutdown. Donated to a food bank. Donated it to a hungry TSA agent. They didn't do none of that shit. Jasmine Crockett had a weave down her ass. Jasmine Crockett had a weave down her ass that cost $5,000 the whole shutdown. The whole shutdown, Jasmine Crockett had mink eyelashes. You didn't get a paycheck. You didn't get your food stamps. Jasmine Crockett had a $5,000 weave down to her ass and mink eyelashes. Huh? So TSA agents, I said, we ain't going for it anymore. And I support you. I support you. I stand with you, TSA agents. I love the way you fighting back. I love the way you fighting back. Shout out to the TSA agents for fighting back. We were talking about since we own Jasmine Crockett, let's keep going Jasmine Crockett. Liberal woman breaks down in tears after not voting for Jasmine Crockett because very liberal knows Crockett can't win. We need a fighter, and starts crying. I was ready to vote for Jasmine Crockett because I love her, but I voted for Tallarico because we need somebody who could win. This is what's going on in the Democratic Party. They're in complete disarray. It's not our fault. When the Democrats lose, they're doing it to themselves. Didn't they do this with Biden? When Biden was the candidate and Kamala was the candidate? It's like you cripple Kamala. You're crippling Jasmine. You're just crippling yourself, man. You're crippling this. You can't make this shit up. Let's go.
Election day in Texas is March 3rd. Voting already began last week in two fascinating Senate primary races. Among Democrats, it's become an increasingly personal race between State Rep James Tallarico and Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett. Both are trying to convince Democratic voters that they are the one who can finally turn Texas blue. Arlette Saenz just went to Texas, talked to voters there, and filed this great story: how Jasmine Crockett's unconventional Senate campaign is testing Texas politics. Here's some of what Democrats in Houston told her.
What is it about Jasmine Crockett that you like?
Just her spirit. She's just, an incredible woman. So yes, we need a fighter. And I was so ready to vote for Jasmine Crockett because I love her. But I voted for Tallarico because we need somebody who can win.
As hard as it is to say, I think she's going to be better election wide.
Election day in Texas.
Trump knows, giving Democrats a bomb. Giving Democrats a bomb. I love it.
March 3rd. Voting already began last week in two fascinating Senate primary races. Among Democrats, it's become an increasingly personal race between State Rep James Tallarico and Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett. Both are trying to convince Democratic voters that they are the one who can finally turn Texas blue. Arlette Saenz just went to Texas, talked to voters there, and filed this great story: how Jasmine Crockett's unconventional Senate campaign is testing Texas politics. Here's some of what Democrats in Houston told her.
What is it about Jasmine Crockett that you like?
Just her spirit. She's just, an incredible woman. So yes, we need a fighter. And I was so ready to vote for Jasmine Crockett because I love her. But I voted for Tallarico because we need somebody who can win.
As hard as it is to say, I think she's going to be harder to elect statewide.
Election day in Texas is March 3rd. Voting already began last week in two fascinating Senate primary races. Among Democrats, it's become an increasingly personal.
So this is the guy that they threw her under the bus for Jimmy Kimmel. Y'all pay attention, man. Y'all pay attention, man. Y'all pay attention. Perfect Timing is going to give you the news. Perfect Timing is going to give you the news. I was reading that. Did I read the whole thing about the assassination? I was reading it, and I be getting distracted. I think I read it. I think I read it. Well, I think the last thing I had was an Abigail Spain burger. I think the last thing we had was Abigail, and we had Tulsi. You know, if I'm gonna give the last minute to Tulsi. But you know what? We also had this. Let's get more into this what happened in Mexico. Y'all want to get more into what happened in Mexico? Let's get more into what happened in Mexico.
Just been so elusive for so long. We need to understand, El Mencho, Nemesio Asaguera Cervantes, is up at the level of an El Chapo, a Pablo Escobar. He is a transnational drug trafficker who is sitting on a multi-billion-dollar year business. He is elusive. He's been around for years. He seemingly has 9 lives. He's had a pretty unbelievable life. He started out as security for a small marijuana farm. He then went to the United States, was arrested several times, did time in prison here in this country. He then went back to Mexico, became a police officer. He then got corrupt and ended up kind of always being connected to a group called the Valencia family. He was in a cartel called the Millennial Cartel, and he then kind of took his way through. There was a time where he was actually kidnapped by a rival group. For some reason, he was let go, and he ascended to the top of the largest drug trafficking network really in Mexico. It's shocking. I didn't think that day would ever come, but here we are, and we saw the response by his group yesterday.
And Jeff, there were some reports over the weekend that the U.S. might have told Mexican officials, "Hey, this might be the time for you to do this," and maybe maybe force their hand a little bit. Is there any word on that of what we can learn about maybe the U.S. involvement?
What we're learning with the new administration in Mexico and obviously the Trump administration is they're feeling the heat a little bit, I feel like, and they don't want this country to intervene. So they kind of just say, you know what, give us some information, we'll take care of it, which is what happened here. Their military, Sedena, obviously, was given information. From what I understand, Mr. Mencho, it was pretty common knowledge that he was in this area. It really goes back to from what I understand, according to Mexican media, Mike, there was a girlfriend of El Mencho who he's been seeing for about 3 or 4 years now. She was essentially tracked through some sort of intermediary, and I think they had kind of understood where he was. From what I've been told by people that I've spoken to, they originally were looking to do this Friday. They weren't able to do it, and it was able to be carried out Sunday. So, they always find kind of a crack in some sort of intelligence, and they kind of pounce on it. But I think the Mexican government is being pressured. We've seen obviously one thing about the Trump administration; they are very interested at this point in taking out these top leaders. Look, Mike, I'm not in the government of any kind or anything, but I don't agree with the strategy. I don't think it works. When we look at really the drug war in general, it's never really worked as far as taking out these top leaders. One thing about El Mencho, look, he obviously should pay for his crimes. He is one of the most depraved people in this hemisphere. That said, he did have some sort of calming over this cartel. Now it's really just going to be a bunch of guys vying for control. And this is where we see the most violence. We saw when El Chapo Guzman was, apprehended. Stop the flow of narcotics. It didn't really fix anything. And now we look at where the Sinaloa cartel is. It's at its most violent point where groups are vying for control. This doesn't work. And the people that really in the end suffer are people in Mexico, people that live there, and now even tourists. Because, like, you look at somewhere like Puerto Vallarta, that's a main thoroughfare for Cartel Jalisco and the Nueva Generacion. And what you're going to see is tourists be affected, and it really stop the flow of business.
Yeah, because Jeff, this is coming at a moment where already next month we're going to be talking about spring break, and these big tourist areas, they're going to get slammed right now.
Yeah, and as I said, I mean, in Jalisco, obviously, Puerto Vallarta is a beautiful place, but it is one of the main thoroughfares. There's a person, El Sapo, who is the plaza boss in Puerto Vallarta. It's a big point for them. And yeah, I mean, you also have to start thinking about, Mike, obviously the World Cup. Look, I mean, United States is dangerous, but obviously Guadalajara, for instance, is one of the main sites for the World Cup. Do the Mexican officials do the World Cup? Do they need to look into maybe moving these games to America or Canada? Yeah, it definitely hurts. Look, Mexico's pretty dangerous in general, but you always try to want to hope that the tourist points are safe and places where money can be made. I do think in Puerto Vallarta it'll calm down a little bit. We saw obviously a heavy response. And I think, Mike, we have to also realize I've never seen in terms of, look, bosses are obviously venerated in Mexico, some of these big cartel guys, but there was a real veneration to El Mencho. They almost regarded him, his people, as like a god. Anytime a video would be released, they would discuss, their, long live El Mencho. He was looked at as a god. And I think we saw the response yesterday. The problem that the Mexican government has that in years past when this happened, whether it be with El Chapo's sons or whoever, a response by these cartels generally led to the release of that person. In this case, it was a kill mission. They can't unkill El Mencho, so they have to deal with the problems. What you're going to now see is, I think, a lot going on in terms of vying for control. Other cartels are going to try to, make something happen through maybe some of the things they view as maybe obviously problems going on inside. So people are going to vie for control now.
And
Purpose of the podcast with the blast, man. Coming in and out with a dash, man. How y'all like the podcast today, man? Double tap at the like button. How y'all like the podcast today, man? We kicking much ass, man. Kicking much ass and taking names, man. I've been enjoying myself, man. I really been enjoying myself, man. I had a Tulsi Gabbard. I like Tulsi. Somebody said again, JD Vance Rubio. Remember what I said? I like I like Vance Rubio, and I'm not saying that Vance Rubio can't win, but I said, look at the climate in America and the way women are now demanding positionality and respect. I think it would behoove us to choose a female candidate. I'm not saying everything I gave you today, the numbers, it's a no-brainer the Republicans win. I just don't see the benefit of running two white men. I think we need to run a minority or we need to run a woman. And I don't know DEI shit, but just because America is changing and there's a new America, I think we need to recognize that we need to encompass more people in America. So definitely JD Vance with his mixed race wife and children, and I think a woman on the ticket. So JD Vance is a veteran. Gabbard is a veteran. They both now bring this executive experience by being in the White House, being in the military during this most tumultuous time in America with all these geopolitical events and conflict. I think, yeah, man, Gabbard and Gabbard Vance is the way to go. I'm gonna be honest. I think Gabbard Vance is the way to go. I'm leaning Gabbard Vance. Vance Gabbard. That's what I'm leaning.
He pledged to the American people that his administration would confront our nation's greatest challenges head on, and enacting his America First agenda focused on keeping America safe, secure, and free. As Director of National Intelligence, we have been and will continue to be focused on that mandate, ensuring the security of our nation and protecting the constitutional rights and civil liberties every American is guaranteed. And President Trump has already taken historic action immediately to secure our borders in record time and designated several cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, a move that has empowered our National Counterterrorism Center here at ODNI to deploy over 2 decades of counterterrorism expertise towards detecting and deterring cartels and gangs like never before. In just 1 year, this designation by President Trump prevented more than 10,000 individuals with direct ties to narco-terrorism from accessing our country. And we work very closely with our partners at the federal, state, and local level. We've assisted them in the apprehensions of several cartel terrorists, including a Sinaloa cartel boss known as El Pato, who allegedly led a vast network of drug trafficking, extortion, kidnapping, and murder. Another example is a CJNG-affiliated baby trafficker called La Diabla, who preyed on vulnerable pregnant women in Mexico, lured them to remote areas, cut out their babies, harvested their organs, and sold these newborn babies. These are just a few examples of the progress that's been made toward ending the gang and cartel violence that's plagued the American people and put our lives at risk for far too long. As we focus on external threats, we also recognize that there are still insider threats coming from deep state actors who have politicized and weaponized our institutions and our intelligence against the very citizens that they are charged to serve and protect. Now, thanks to President Trump's leadership and his day one executive orders, we've been focused on transparency and accountability. First, declassifying over 500,000 government documents in a single year. We exposed the Russia collusion hoax, this fabricated so-called intelligence engineered by the Obama administration to orchestrate what was essentially a coup, using lawfare manufactured investigations and impeachments and harassment, subverting the will of the American people in the deep state's attempt to delegitimize the president and the American people who elected him. Now, there's so much more work to be done. The American people deserve the truth, accountability, and justice from our government. The integrity of our democratic republic depends on it. President Trump vowed to eradicate waste, fraud, and abuse throughout the government, respecting your hard-earned taxpayer dollars. At ODNI, we enacted historic change. We streamlined our workforce by 40%, shut down unnecessary facilities and contracts, saving taxpayers more than $700 million per year. We are continuing this work, building a team and an organization that is laser-focused on national security, intelligence integration, and oversight. We've made a lot of progress, but there is a lot more work to be done. So every day, our time, our energy, and our work remains focused on our mission and our mandate, the safety, security, and freedom of the American people.
Like I said, man, I think she looked very presidential. She looks extremely presidential. I'm going to just be honest, man. J.D. Vance and Mark Rubio, I love you. I love MAGA. I'm a conservative Republican. But if we just family here right now, I'm going to whisper it, they're fucking dicks. They're fucking dingleberries. Don't tell nobody I said that. I love JD. I want him to win. I love Rubio. I want him to win. They both dicks, bro. They are. And you know, it would go a lot further if they recognized that they were dicks, you know, and they joked about it like Trump does. Trump makes fun of himself. Trump recognizes I'm a billionaire, I'm an asshole, I could be a dick. So Trump makes fun of himself. JD hasn't learned that yet. He's too young, right? He still got all this testosterone. Mark Rubio, the same thing. But man, to balance out all that testosterone, because JD is so fucking young, right? Young and dumb, full of cum. To balance that out, Tulsi Gabbard, I think, would be great. For anybody who's intellectual, who's lived a long enough life, who knows wisdom and the missing pieces to the J.D. Vance puzzle that he'll get eventually as he grows older and gains wisdom and gray hair. J.D. Vance is on his way to being a great, but he's not there yet. Remember, Barack Obama was very young. They put him with a very seasoned Joe Biden. So that's what I say. I say Gabbard. I say Gabbard. I say Gabbard. That's what I say. I think Tulsi will make a great VP, and it's just like I think Vance or Rubio would win, but it just says so much about the growth of our country and where we are and who we really are, bro. To put someone like Gabbard who deserves it and say, you know, we don't give a fuck that she's a woman. It would take the Republicans to put a real competent woman, not someone who don't know what the fuck they doing. It would take the Republicans to put a real competent woman and to highlight women on that level, to really show. And I think we should be the ones to do it, bro. I think we should be the one. We should be the party to do it. And I want to see Stephen A. Smith run. I want to see some logic on the left. I want to see Stephen A. Smith run. And if Stephen A. Smith runs, I'm going to support his campaign because I know he's going to be honest and down the middle. Tulsi's a great choice, man. Just like you guys made a great choice by watching the Perfect Timing podcast and subscribing to the channel. I want to say thank you for watching. Thank you for being here. I want to say I love you. Love America. America first. Unity. God first. God first. We have some news about Mexico, violence in Mexico, the Lincoln Riley Act, the Angel families. So let's say God first. God bless the Riley family. God bless the Kirk family. God bless all of the Americans who've been affected by the migrant crime. Thank you, Tom Homan. Thank you, Donald Trump. Thank you to the Trump administration. Thank you to the ICE agents. God bless America. God bless Trump. Trump, there was another assassination this weekend. They tried to kill the president again. Donald Trump got shot. How many presidents have been shot? Let me, before I hang up, just so, because you don't get this shit. You don't get this shit. The liberal media don't give you this shit. How many presidents have been shot? Do y'all know? Let's ask AI. How many presidents, just to put in perspective, have been shot? Let's ask AI. How many presidents have been shot? 7 presidents, 4 sitting and 3 former. So those are the numbers that are slim, and he's number 47, right? Donald Trump is 47, and only 3 or 4 presidents have been shot, and he's one of them. Just to put it in context, and they've had, I report today, 6 attempts on Donald Trump's life. He was shot in the ear. Someone died that day, and then there was someone waiting for him in the golf course. They just got sentenced. Those 2, remember those 2 assassination attempts? The one where Donald Trump was shot in the ear, fight. Someone behind him actually got murdered that day. The bullet went through Donald Trump's ear and killed the doctor. Secret Service, those were attempts. Those weren't even real. Remember, there was a woman. Remember, there was an unqualified woman who was the head of the Secret Service. And what we found out was those weren't actually Secret Service agents protecting Trump that day because Trump wasn't president. Because all of them was like, that didn't look like Secret Service. The way Trump was able to get back up and do fight. Who the fuck were those guys? Turns out those were temps. Turns out those were fucking temps guarding our President Trump. It was almost like they wanted him to die. And when she got called to Capitol Hill and she didn't even want to testify because she thought she was in power because it was Biden was president and women thought they could do whatever the fuck they wanted to do. I'm a woman. I'm a woman. I can do what I want. I'm a woman. She's gone. She's fired. Thank you, Trump. She didn't have no answers as to why that happened, why he was on the roof so long, why you had temps guarding the president. She didn't have no answers. So now 6 attempts, and over the weekend, a 21-year-old broke down the gate at Mar-a-Lago in an assassination attempt, and he was unalived. We have a problem, ladies and gentlemen. We have a problem, ladies and gentlemen. Hey. I just want to say I love you guys. God bless America. God bless Trump. God bless the USA. They won the gold. Gold! USA wins the gold medal. Celebrate. God bless the USA hockey team. I got my hockey jersey on. Today. I'm wearing this in celebration of the USA gold, celebration and support for Kash Patel. That's why I got my hockey jersey on. I love you guys. Come back tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Like, share, subscribe. When you subscribe, hit the notification bell. Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. 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 Like, share, subscribe. When you hit the subscribe, you'll get a plus sign. That will give you a chance to become a member. I'm running a Somalian special right now. You can join my channel for $5 a month, less than it costs to feed a starving Somalian. You can join my channel right now for $5 a month. It's less than it costs to feed a starving Somali. In less than 10 cents a day, you can join my channel and support the movement. Or you can support Somalian fraud. Y'all have a good night. I love y'all. Perfect time.